And we're live. Okay, well, kinda live. I gotta start up my audio. There we go. Now we're live. So let's see. Yesterday was pretty darn cool because we got rated by Prime and got rated by a bunch of other people, and because, well, we're just working on stuff and lots of fun. So, our plan for today, kind of continue where we left off yesterday. I was hoping to get through all of the to-dos for Dinomight yesterday. We got through some. Like 4 of them. There's a lot more. Looks like this might take another week. Okay, we'll try to get done fast. I also got this one done. Fixed closed captions. So this should be back to normal and using the correct closed captions. So I guess that's also kind of done. Alrighty. So /tip username, I don't want to add too much, so we might not do this one yet. Hiya Sean, how's it going? Welcome back. You are the first. Yeah, like as soon as I started today, you messaged in chat about like a minute after I started. I feel like I should probably post on Twitter and stuff when I go live, or post on TikTok or something, but I don't want to spam, because we're live almost daily. You're totally fast enough, you were first. Alright, we're just starting everything up. I restarted my computer. I had some issue with playing Minecraft, so I restarted my computer thinking it would fix it, and it didn't. So my high score is down. We're back down to 2 hours. Is Dinomight stable enough? We can improve it now. We are improving it. We're gonna... You will see. I don't know what exactly you want me to improve on it, but we're gonna get through some of the stability stuff today. Let me get the sounds added to Dinomight. Let me get a couple of other things done, and then we'll do that. So, I left off yesterday working on the tips and stuff, and making the tips kind of like combined together. Doing pretty well, Chilla. How about you? Alright, then we'll start this up. So I've got this merge messages thingamabobber, and I think I broke it absolutely horribly. Yeah, sounds. That'll be fun, because it's supposed to have sound. Sound really brings the game together. Like, when you don't have sound in the game, it's just like, oh, okay, well, this is cool. But sometimes you want to actually listen to the music and the sound. Howdy, Olia. Okay, so this typically happens here where I can't actually access my whistle until I stop the IP helper. And the reason it's called IP helper is because it helps you not connect to your whistle. Howdy, Danish. It's helping you debug. There we go. Now I just turn this off and turn it back on again, and that should be good. But I also think I need to restart the game server, because the game server won't be able to get connected to either. Or IP helper. If it actually helped me, and did its job, where I could connect to Whizzle, that would be great. It has... So, it's useful whenever I'm connecting my phone. Because if I have my phone and I'm trying to connect it to my IP address and have that go to Whizzle, then I need the IP helper on. But if I'm trying to connect on my own computer to Whizzle, I need it off. It's so weird. Alright, let's see. So all that stuff was started. I noticed that I saved that let's see like a whole bunch. And now that I have said it, you won't be able to stop hearing. Oh wow, Retro's on. Look at that. Retro MMO, again, if you don't know, he's a streamer as well on Twitch. Check him out. He's making this cool retro MMO. Yep. Well, anyways, right. Let's see. A Windows program doing its job? It's more likely than you think. You'll be fixing emails all day. What's wrong with the emails? Ooh, I hit level 40 in Dinomight? Okay. One thing that we need to really do as well is we need to make it so that you only get experience whenever you're active in a game. So if you're not doing active movements and stuff, you don't get experience for that time. You let the client be able to put the content together. That sounds like a recipe for disaster. I can't believe it. I'm level 40 in Dinomight. I've never been such high level in anything on Foony. Like, my Papa word is only 36. Wow, we've got multiple people. Like, Dinomight, I think, is probably gonna be... It's pretty great. We've got level 30s and level 20s. This is crazy. I don't even think Papa Word has that many high levels. Okay, well, Cat Kate, you know, they play a lot, so of course they're high level. Yeah, okay, I think it's good that Dinomight is the first game on the list. That way people know it's the best. Alright, let's go ahead and try this out. If everything works, then you should see multiple tip messages getting combined here. I was working on it a tiny bit off stream, but I don't think I finished it. Yeah, it's not finished yet. Howdy, Fist. Okay, let me make sure that my chat still all works. Okay, that seems to work. That seems to work. Everything seems to be in order. So I think the only thing is that it's getting to merge messages, and then here, it's not actually doing anything. And I'm trying to think, like, okay, why would that be the case? So, merge messages receives the throttled message. Where both the previous and the new message are both a tip. With the same exact from and to. So I would expect this to actually work. Adding message to all messages. Tip regex parse. Okay, so it gets into tip regex parse. And then I think something from there is going funky on it. So if oh, it would probably help if there is a match if I actually return the match. That might help a little teeny tiny bit here. Alright, so obviously the first thing is going to be the whole group, because this is just how regex works. Group 0 is the whole message. And then you've got everything we have. So, whoa. Oh no, it refreshed on me. I need it to not do that. So we've got user ID, amount, other user ID. And there we go. So if this works, now the messages should be combined. Maybe. Your college started with React today? Looks fun? It's a lot of fun. Okay, so if you're doing this in college, be careful. They might try to teach you class components. Functional components are really the way to go here. They might try to teach you higher order components. They might try to teach you Redux. I don't know how up to date your college is going to be on this. Redux, we don't really use it anymore. We use something like ZooStand instead, or something like Jotai. Both of them are good choices. I prefer ZooStand personally, but they're both great. They're done by the Pointmanders group. The Pointmanders group has fantastic stuff. They're the people who do React 3 Fiber, which is this amazingly fast way of doing 3JS for like 3D kind of models and stuff inside of React. It's amazing. And I'm going to be using it for some of the later games on Foony, specifically when we get into stuff that requires 3D, like the pool game. That's going to be using React 3 Fiber. Jotai is one of them, the other is ZooStand. I've personally looked at the source code for ZooStand. This one right here. It's extremely tiny. I strongly recommend it because this is a much easier to use way of handling global state compared to something like Redux. So definitely take a look at it. The other thing is the whole class components. So again, class components, don't use those, use functional components. Hold on, apparently Funo is broken. Ah. Texture does not exist. I think I know exactly what happened. Let me see. Is there ever a case you would use a class component? So, out of the 101,000 lines of source code for Foony, I have not needed to use a class component or a higher order component once. Does that mean that there's never a case for a class component? I'm not sure. It's just that the vast majority of cases, you're not going to need it. Is it harder to debug non-class component code, or has that improved? It might be harder to debug class component code than non-class component code, Functional components, you typically want to keep them relatively small. You want to make sure that you're pushing the hooks down as far as possible, because whenever a hook causes a re-render, it's going to re-render that component and all of its children. So you just push it down. Try not to do property drilling quite so much. Property drilling is where you have a property on a parent, and the only thing that you do with that property is you just pass it down to its child, and then that child passes it down to one of its children, and passes it down to another child until it needs to finally use it. Don't do that. That's where you want to use a hook or something, where you have the lowest child component. Just use the hook. Ends up being a lot better. Another thing to keep in mind is stuff like use callback and use memo and memoizing your components. Typically, you can just not think about it, just don't do it until it becomes an issue, and then do it. It's kind of one of those tools where you can really overcomplicate your code if you use it everywhere. So I wouldn't really worry about it too much. And you'll know when it's a problem because you'll be going to like your site or whatever, you'll have this components thing up, you'll have highlight updates when components re-render, this little thing here. This is how you debug stuff and test out performance, is you have this little tool, it's called React Dev Tools or whatever. It's on both Firefox and Chrome. And now you can see every time I click on something, you can see exactly what is changing. And you can see, okay, well, some of this makes sense to change, some of it doesn't. Like the gems, the coins, that doesn't really need to re-render. But you can see here, it actually is. So there's still some improvements I could be making here. That is probably one of like the worst parts of this this site. But yeah, I mean, here you can see I changed the state here, but only this little area gets re-rendered. Howdy Profits, how's it going? And there's multiple ways to debug these kinds of things. I believe you can also like search for components here and stuff. And you can see the kinds of hooks, like the values, the properties that are coming in for all of this like component stuff. See here, props, game ID 4 in a row. Here's what the item is. So you can see what the properties are, which is kind of neat. And you can also see the hooks it's listening to. There's also something that's really useful that I've really enjoyed, and that is whenever I have a component and it's re-rendering a lot, and I don't know why it's re-rendering, I use something called useEffect debugger, which is a tiny hook which wraps useEffect, and all this does is it tells me why it's re-rendering. So it does some comparisons, the kind of comparisons that a useEffect would do. And then if that dependency changes, then it will tell me that that dependency has changed. And there's a useEffect debugger that someone wrote, but it was a little bit too verbose for my liking. So I rewrote it so that instead of accepting two lists, it just accepts, you just change it from like a list to an object, and then it just magically works. It's kind of cool. Because it gets the names from it. Like if you do an object like this, then what happens is this key has this value here. It's just like a shorter syntax. They used pure components as controller, passed view props to view, etc. I think the pure components as like functional components are pretty good. useEffect debugger. Oh yeah. Oh, I didn't know I made a gist for this. Oh, this might be my old one. Yeah, this is my older one. Here, let me update it with the new one. There you go. And now you have the new one, which accepts an object instead. Oh, hold on. I was missing a semicolon on the comment. There we go. Well, thanks for sharing it, Ishan. Okay, let's get that chat fixed, and then let's go fix Funo, because, oops. It's really good that Funo is not on Crazy Games, because having it broken for a day, if it was on Crazy Games, that would be a not good thing. In fact, I would say that's probably a bad thing. I need to figure out how that even happened. How did my conference go yesterday? Oh man, that was so stressful. So, I was on a conference call for Planet Scale yesterday, and I thought it was just gonna be like one-on-one. So the first thing is I made a mistake. I thought they were gonna call me, and then I checked the calendar invite, and saw it was a Zoom call, and I didn't even have Zoom installed. So I was like 5 minutes late. And I'm so sorry about that. But there were like 4 people on there. There's like a whole bunch of different points of contact. It was back in corporate land, you know, where everybody hops on like a Zoom meeting or something, and it's all very business. And it's like, okay, you know, like what's your current volume? Like, what's your growth rate like? I was getting flashbacks from Google, but that is confirmed. They were very friendly, and I was asking about the pub sub, because the main reason that I don't switch to Planet Scale for Foony right now, like right this second, is because Firestore has real-time pub sub, and Planet Scale doesn't. So for Planet Scale, if you want pub sub, you have to use another solution, like Pusher or Sockety, and Pusher is expensive. Sockety requires a little bit more effort to set up, but does kind of work. So if I really needed to, I could switch to that, but that might be harder to maintain than the current Firestore solution. So until Planet Scale supports real-time pub sub, I can't really switch to it for Foony. Or I can, but it's gonna take me like a month or something. But yeah, it went well, and I had confirmed. Was there anyone in the call that impressed or intimidated me? Not particularly. I mean, it's just like a regular call, you know? I mean, they're not like... They're like more salespeople, not really super in software engineering people, I don't think, on the call. It was more just like higher level business stuff. Yeah, but I was a little intimidated because the scale of Foony is peanuts, you know, it's like super small. So I felt like, you know, I felt like David talking to Goliath or something. Let's see. What's wrong with having small peanuts? Well, I just don't want to waste their time. Right. But, yeah, so that's confirmed. And also, the whole pub sub real-time thing, they did mention something about it being on a roadmap, possibly, maybe within the next 2 years or something, I don't know. No clue. But, I'll be very excited, and you can bet I will definitely like tweet about it and mention it as soon as they support pub sub, because that would just be amazing. I could use Planet Scale for everything then. Time for Ludo. Time to fix Funo. Am I drinking coffee? Nope. But it looks like coffee, doesn't it? It sure does look like coffee. I mean, look at that. Look how dark it is. This is something called breakfast tea, so it's really dark. I wish I had like a white kind of tea that wouldn't stain my teeth. That would be amazing. Alright, okay, so I think I just need to make a new room here. Okay, I'm enjoying this. Okay, so it still doesn't quite work. What if I refresh? Very weird. I'm missing a message on the right side. Do I like green tea? I do. Sir Julian, howdy. Okay, so we got the combining tip message. So it looks like it works. I think it's just a visual bug. And also, it's curious that it didn't combine the other one. I know why. It didn't combine it because the message ID. Okay, solution. I have solution and fix. Well, what we do is we add it to the new message, not the old message. And then we delete the old one. And then we always add the new one. And this way, we're guaranteed that it will show up. But we're only guaranteed it will show up if I wrote the below thingamabobber the way that I think I did. And I don't remember if I did or not. And I did. Cool. So now if I refresh, it should magically combine, and it doesn't work because the message is a different message. Ah, right. We either have to regenerate the message or we have to at least change the string of the message so that it's something different. That's tricky. Do not do that, Sha. Don't use callback and use memo for everything. Don't. You're gonna like overcomplicate your code. Simple code is easier to maintain. Don't try to optimize for performance prematurely, would be my suggestion. Especially because you don't really know the direction that React is going to go in the future. It might be that use callback and use memo maybe goes away for some reason, I don't know. I too have prop trolled in my day. Wouldn't recommend it though. One of your team leads wanted you to use callback for literally everything. Eesh. Including on-change events? That's just premature optimization. You're just gonna like shoot yourself in the foot more, and it's gonna make your code harder to read. Because a lot of the time you don't really need that small boost in performance. A lot of the time, your performance, it's gonna come from like a few components, not the vast majority of your components. Most of your components are fine for rendering, you don't have to worry about it. You only need to worry about it whenever you have lots and lots and lots of that component on screen, and those components are re-rendering very frequently. And yeah, Sha, like it is better because like you're wasting memory storing all these use callbacks and use memos and all that other stuff for some unknown possible gain, I really wouldn't be doing that. Like here, for example, there's a lot of different components, and if you're trying to search, you know, maybe you might need to improve performance here, or maybe in the high scores. Look at this, look at all the components. There's 200 of them almost. And then, you know, these are really complicated rows. This is an area that you would want to focus on making performant. But then something like this, which is rendered one time, you don't really care. Or something like this, you really don't care. So the performance here just doesn't matter at all. Do what's gonna make you write code faster, because that's more important, in my opinion. You don't even call back your mom, only on special occasions? You use callbacks? Yeah, same. It's for special occasions. Okay, oh right, yeah, I remember why this broke. So it's broken because we have to combine the messages. Okay, in that case, we need to know how many coins are tipped to the IRS. So it basically gets added at compile time? Yeah, Shaw. This is why I don't recommend you add it. Don't be using this use callback and use memo everywhere, unless you need it for performance. Because I too have read Dan Abramov's tweet about them possibly doing like some kind of thing where they take that and make it like a default or something in the future, so you don't have to think about it. Yeah. So really, I think this is one of those cases where you've got a better understanding of it than maybe your lead or something. It's also less code. It's probably going to be less code that ends up actually being shipped, because you don't have all those use callbacks and use memos everywhere. Alright, so now we've done this. Okay, so now the question is, do I replace it? And when do I replace it? Because it's gonna add that. Okay, I think I have to replace it here. So we'll just start it off like this, and then we'll just go ahead and make some change to this. Just delete the old message. There's probably a cleaner way of doing this, but that's okay. Alright, we're gonna use a spread operator on this, because it's my new favorite operator. What would be a solid way to get all data to components? All SQLite data the user owns. I haven't had a lot of experience with Electron, as in, you're gonna have to give me a few weeks so that we actually use Electron on Foony. It might be more than a few weeks. We have to get like a new game out, we've got... oh man, that's so much. Did I ever have to use data structures such as linked lists, tags, and queues? Yes, I've had to use all of them. Spread is 3 dots? Yes. Great way to use spread. Alright, tax amount. Web message, tax amount, plus new message, tax amount. In this game, let's see, so this game makes use, or a Foony, all of Foony, it makes use of trees, as in TRIE, for filtering bad messages. It makes use of a circular, like, cyclic array thingamabobber for efficient memory stuff for Dinomight. It makes use of I want to say like a graph, but really just like a matrices and stuff. For Dinomight, it makes use of I think we probably use a linked list or something somewhere. Or I know we use Dex in some places. I don't know, there's like a lot. It would be interesting to know the exact scenarios where I use them. I'm not sure. Like, I know some of the algorithms and stuff, like, I use this bucket fill algorithm for paint job. Let's see. Papa Word I don't think has anything fancy in it. The fanciest thing about Papa Word is that it pulls from Wiktionary gigabytes of data, and then it parses it chunk by chunk, and it can't use regex because the file is just too large. So I do some kind of like string manipulation so that I can still parse it very quickly. And then that file gets saved in some intermediate format that I can consume much faster. And I use that for like figuring out what type of words are, like if they're a noun or proper noun or verb or something else. Not in the game, like in general. I'm trying to think. I use a lot of KV stores. I mean, that's like, or like maps or hash maps. That's the biggest thing. It is my favorite data structure by far, because you've got amortized big O1, insertion, deletion, you know, lookup, all the good stuff. So I really like hash maps. And then I use arrays whenever I have a densely, like, or whenever I've got like dense stuff, you know? Like the keys are 0 indexed. So if it's 0 indexed and it's dense, that's a really good place to use an array instead. What would have been the difference if I used an array instead of those data structures? A huge difference. A huge difference. Some of these objects have lots and lots, and when I say object, I really mean a map. There is a difference here. I like these maps. I use a lot of objects as well, just because the syntax is short and I'm lazy. But typically, you want to use a map or a set. But an array is only going to be useful if your keys are densely packed and 0 indexed. Right? Because otherwise you don't have keys. Otherwise you're iterating over the entire list, searching for some element. So you might have something like this, where you, let's just say you've got some values. And you want to see if this includes some value. The problem is that this is very slow. Because how does it work? It's got this array, which is just like, think of it like a chunk of memory. You know, it's got the value 13, and then 54, and then 5420, and so on. So what it has to do is it's got to go like, okay, is this the value? No. Is this the value? No. Is this the value? No. And for every single element in the list, one by one, it has to check, is this the value? That gets very slow, as you can imagine, if this array is very large. So let's say instead of just 6 elements here, you have 30,000 elements. It's gonna be slow. But if you have a map, or even like in this case, it would be more of a set. And you just add it, you know, all these values to it, which is, you can really just do like this. Now I can check if it has the value of 69. And this, what it's going to do is it's going to hash this value. So it's going to be lightning fast. Because what will happen is this value goes through a one-way hash, which means that you have some really big value or whatever, potentially, and then you create a tiny little hash for it. So you lose all this data. You can't go back. Hashes are one way. But now you can just check to see if the hash exists within the set. So it's really, really fast because let's say that internally the set has some really small array. Okay, you have a hash, which just say our hash value is something like this, okay? And let's say that internally this set here has like 30 elements in its array or something. All it would do is it would be like mod 30, and then it would figure out like which bucket it needs to check to see if the value actually exists in the set. And so, in other words, like what I'm trying to get at is that this is gonna, the lookup for it, it has some kind of fixed cost because it has to like actually do the hash, but it also has a constant lookup time, big O1. And so for very large sets, very large amounts of information, it's very, very, very fast to look something up in either a set or a map. What exact data structure is new set and new map? Just kind of like I described. There are multiple ways to implement sets. The way that I kind of think of is like the bucket thing that I just mentioned, but you can implement them in other ways. Here's something to be careful of though. Notice how it says tree-based approach with ordered traversal. This is kind of talking about like tree sets and think like hash map inside of C++. And These actually don't have the same kind of runtime performance, meaning that they are slower. So you've got big O login insertions and stuff. You tend to not really want to use those. There are some times where you want it to be sorted. Usually you don't. But whenever I'm talking about sets and maps, I'm referring to a hash set and a hash map. Let me see if I can find one real fast to show you what it looks like. Right, this is pretty good. So, tree traversal order, yeah. So, see here, you have a set, it's got some fixed array, some size to it. The larger the array, the more memory the set is going to take up, obviously. But then the less of these values inside of that array it's going to have to search through, because you're going to get less like collisions, meaning that each of these hashes will be in its own unique bucket. But yeah, this is basically just what I said. So it's got some value, this is your key that you want to look up. So think like my set has music, my set has beer, has afterlife. It'll create a one-way hash of the value. So this gives you some value, some numerical value. You take that value and then you take modulo of it to get it into this array index. So you just mod it by whatever the length of this is. And that tells you where to look for this thing. So array index 2 is this little array here. And now there's two values in this, and it just checks one after the other. Once an interviewer asked you to create an input field that searches from a list of arrays when we type. Used filter includes. He asked you to do it with a different data structure to fetch it faster. He was talking about a set, because what you did was big O in time, because you were searching for all of the values. And what they were asking is use a set so you can just check in constant time. So there's a difference between like a set and a map. A set has a value, a map has a key and a value. Or I guess the better way to phrase this is that a set is just a map where the value is true. So what this looks like in something like JavaScript or TypeScript. He said something about trees. No, nothing about trees. He was trying to hint that you were supposed to use a set, but unless you needed it to be ordered, then it should have been a hash set. Or a graph? No, you wouldn't use a graph. Searches from a list of arrays. Oh, wait, well, hold on. It searches from a list of arrays, so does it need to exactly match the value, or does it need to check through the list to see if what you're typing is contained within? Because in that case, you would use I think you'd use a graph. That one's more annoying. Yeah, that one's more annoying. I'd have to actually think about that, like the best way to implement it, because I think you're gonna do like some kind of like tree traversal. Because you'd have a root node, and then instead of your root node, you would have yeah, that would be kind of a pain. Oh, he asked you to make it a search in a way that it picks from the beginning of the word? Okay, that's much easier. Alright, so It starts with it. It's still going to be the same kind of thing. You're still iterating over all of them. But you have a root node, which has no value. And let's say we want to add the word apple. Or, we'll keep it simple. We use the word and. So now we'd have like a node A. And then we'd have a node N. And then you'd have a node D. Right? And then this D, maybe you have like a little flag here to indicate that it exists. So I don't know how you want to indicate that. Maybe just like a 1. Or maybe like, I'll do like a plus. That means that it has it. So then if you enter this like the word A for your search, it would go into the graph, goes to the A. It sees that it has now finished matching with your search. So then it would just grab all the values. It would just like traverse this and return that. Prime talked about, oh, I guess you can't even see this. There, that's the bottom of it. Prime talked about implementing search like Google autocomplete with nodes and stuff. Oh, yeah, that's fun. Graphs and trees are not my forte. Another thing you could do, which would take more memory, is you could just use like a map, and then whenever you add the value, you just add it to all the different things. So like for the word and, you would add it to the key A, the key N, or AN, and also A and D. That's going to take more memory, but that would be slightly faster for lookups. The line at 249. No, this is just dependency injection, and you can ignore it. I just use it for Storybook. I'm gonna remove it. It was not a good choice. Yeah, no worries, man. Set and map are 2 of the most important tools, I would say, as a software engineer. They are used every day. And I strongly, strongly, strongly recommend you to learn about them and when to use them, because it will make you a much better software engineer. It's the difference between doing something on WordPress and doing something in any of the other languages. Is new map like hash map? Yes, it is. So the map in JavaScript is insertion order for traversal, and I believe like it's backed by a hash map, I think. Like 99% sure. Okay, maybe 90% sure. WordPress devs right now in the chat. You know, everybody starts somewhere. I too was a WordPress dev at one point. %40% of the have left the chat. Yeah, like WordPress powers a lot of stuff. My code structure is so satisfying to look at. I appreciate it, Array. You just used to use arrays and object literals for everything. Well, now you know. I mean, an object literal, or objects and stuff, they're basically the same as a map. You can treat them mostly the same. Right, so I wanted to know what the actual implementation of this is. Doesn't really say. That's unfortunate. That's because it's W3 schools. It's always W3 schools. And that's definitely not the right kind of map. Oh well. Why exactly is what slower exactly, Shop? Let's see, where is my... Oh, I deleted that message. Whoops. MDN docs? Yeah. Oh, WordPress? WordPress is just the thing that people love to hate on. Same for PHP, and Perl, and Ruby. Okay, here we go. So WordPress isn't slow? I mean, it's as slow as you make it, but it's very easy to make it slow. And it's like, kind of slow by default, I think. It's just... ugh. It's not something I want to use, but there are a lot of like themes and other stuff, so you can get like... Yeah, it's fast to learn, you know, it gets you your foot kind of in the door, but it's like a different door. So you still have to learn real programming and stuff. Okay, the specification requires maps to be implemented sublinear on the number of elements. It could be represented internally as a hash table, which would be ideal, or a search tree, or any other data structure. As long as it's better than big O-N. That's unfortunate. Startup starve on it? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, use the right tool for the job. Sometimes it can be the right choice. Like, you know, if you're running a book business or something on Amazon, for example, you probably don't care about React and everything else. You're probably okay with WordPress or, you know, Shopify or something. That's where most of the work is done for you because it's not really your business. And people aren't going to your website to look at how amazing it is. They're going to your website because maybe they want to buy a book. Fancy text animations. The blink tag has entered the chat. What's your original idea of creating Foony? Hash map, or no, sorry, OMG pop. Right, I have to fix Funo. Okay, let me just do this then. Let's just fix Funo real fast and then we'll come back to this. I'm totally just playing Dinomight with one hand right now. I mean, you know, just the spacebar and also using the mouse. Just because, like, you can. I don't know. It's just, I'm enjoying it. I like the joystick a lot. Probably because I made it. Wow, thank you so much for the raid, Mo. How'd your stream go? And welcome, raiders. We're working on Dinomight fixes today and some other changes based on what the community has told me. So Retro MMO played this game a lot. Give him a follow if you haven't already. And I was able to get some actionable feedback the other day. So we're going through, we're adding sounds, we're adding better animations and stuff, a whole bunch of other stuff. I'm totally on Foony.com right now. I'm not even on localhost. And yeah, howdy. So I guess I'll just make sure chat still works. It looks like it does. Alright, so that's done. Or not done, but at least it works. Okay, let's go ahead and fix Foonyflippers. Oh, you know what I think it is? Is that I think I have to pass somewhere in here it says Foonyflippers. And I think that's getting used. Yeah, get game ID. Dinomight is such a good name. And appreciate it. I don't remember who came up with it. I think it was a friend. Discord, I guarantee you, Discord uses some very, very optimal data structures for a lot of its stuff. Howdy, Etsy. Okay, so let's try to figure out what exactly is happening here. So if I do Foonyflippers or Funo, and then something should fail. Yeah. Image Games Foonyflippers. For some reason, it's trying to grab all these things, all the shapes and everything. What does Firefox Dev Edition give you over the regular version? It gives you extra cool points, and those are really valuable as a developer because you really want to have style. And I think Dev Edition just gives you that little bit extra style and spice that the regular Firefox doesn't give you. I'm not really sure. It's Developer Edition, it's blue. I like it. Ah, haha. I found the problem. Get image key. This is what's broken. It's not the game ID, it's supposed to be the slug. Or is it the slug? Yeah, it has to be the slug. Hoverword should be totally busted. Only reason it's not busted, okay. Oh. It's not so long ago that the sound hit the nation. Yeah, I don't really care about like that kind of stuff, Shaw, particularly. You know, as long as they're nice and respectful, that's all I care about. Alright, so I think it's fixed. We'll go ahead and get a deploy out. Sorry for the breakage. Nobody complained about it, so hopefully nobody saw it. It's still totally busted, isn't it? Okay, what is this? Foonyflippers hand. Alright, so we still have the image key stuff. Good morning, Wolf. Hope you're doing well. So I've gotta figure out like this full path thing, which I thought I did. I'm doing pretty good. Alright, chill. Come on, chat. Let's chill a little bit. Let's see. Unstraight phaser scene is full path. Yeah, so we passed in the slug, and that should work. And the name of the terminal? It's just the standard Windows terminal, nothing fancy. But I use Whistle. I also tried some of the other terminals and stuff, but I like this one because it does everything I need it to. A Windows terminal? There you go. You can get it from the Windows App Store. I like it a lot over just like the built-in terminal. Howdy, Isaac. How's it going? Alright, so why then is it failing? Who would have guessed that a rename is really tricky? It's only tricky because I've got like bugs in my code. Object. Okay. Well, that would do it. Oh, maybe that would fix it. There we go. It worked now. CMD or PowerShell, neither. Here, let me show you. This is what I use. It's one of the things on the App Store that's actually pretty highly rated. So this Windows terminal, it has support for CMD and support for PowerShell and support for Whistle inside of these tiny little tabs, and it's really great. If you're trying to make it look 3D like this, good luck. It doesn't actually look like this. This is just a video. Hi, Time Scrolls. There we go. Yeah, these numbers don't look too bad now. I still prefer the shapes. Okay, let's push the change and then unbreak Funo. I guess it's probably important. Alrighty, okay. Let's just make sure I didn't totally bust everything. Well, I don't think I busted everything. So that's probably good. Okay, come on, come on, Scuffed. Let's move on. And grabs popcorn. No. We're not that kind of channel, Wolf. Fix slug for games. Unbreaks Foonyflippers. Oops. This was an oopsie on my part. I appreciate it, Wolf. Man, the IRS is getting all of my gold. Just like in real life. We'll add something so you can actually see the amount of gold that the IRS has relatively soon. What do you mean by that one, Dante? Alrighty.
With her, I felt like.
And now we're deploying.
Just like old times. I miss her friendship the most.
That would be kind of cool if you could, like, know how much gold the IRS has.
I know I'm really gonna miss her.
After a tip? Well, nah. Nah, I was thinking. What are we working on today? Thinking about making it so that if you click on the IRS's profile, then you can see how much gold it has. Wait, eye feasting? Oh, above in chat? Oh, I see. Oh, like interest. I got it. Alright, let's see. I am curious how much gold the IRS has, so I'm gonna take a look while the site deploys. Did I do my own design for these graphics? Looks great. I appreciate it. No, I don't do my own design. But, you know, I still appreciate it. I'm sure the designer appreciates it. Wow, we're up to 2 million reads a day on Firestore. We're getting up there. Okay, so I need to know what the user ID is. And I believe I can just go here and do, and somewhere. It's gonna be one of these. I was thinking about adding squats back in as like a channel reward, but what I could do is instead of it being like squats, active squats, it could just be like squatting for 5 minutes because it's actually really healthy. It's good for flexibility and strength and stuff. Have I ever shown you what I use to serve static files? I just use Firestore, or Firebase for now. I'm gonna use like a CDN later because I think the costs actually exist, as in it's not just entirely free. So I need to stick it behind a CDN. I'm having such a hard time finding the user ID. Shouldn't be this hard. I'll just refresh. Am I a fan of the stand-up desks? Absolutely. Oh, there we go. That's the user ID I wanted. $174 gold so far, taken out of the economy. Have I seen the Lord of the Rings series? Yeah, I love it. So the way I like to approach these shows and movies and whatever is I like to ignore what other people say about it. And I just think like, you know, just watch the first thing, you know, just approach it with an open mind, and if it's something you enjoy, great. If it's not, also great. But for me personally, yeah, I really like it a lot. It feels like Lord of the Rings, and so I watch it. That's probably an unpopular opinion, but I don't really care. Alright, and deployed. You like the first few episodes? Me too. I guess it's kind of like, well, I was gonna say maybe it's kind of like PHP, you know, some people enjoy it. What do I do after streaming? What do I do after streaming? I troll on Twitter. I work on stuff. I exercise. I eat. I sleep. Sometimes I do some chores. Sometimes I might play some games or something if time permits. Just chill, basically. Alright, so now we're back here. Alright, Funo should work now, by the way. What games do I like? I like a lot of them. I like most types of games. I mean, like, really, I like a lot. I like idle games a lot because they take a very little amount of time. Okay, so I guess I should clarify. I like non-competitive games. So I like a whole bunch of non-competitive games. I'm not really big on the whole competitive thing. But I have played like Street Fighter, I have played Tekken a little tiny bit. It's just not really my cup of tea. Have I ever played RuneScape? Have I ever played RuneScape? That's a good one. Let's see. Is it on my desktop? I guess you can't see it because this is probably covering it. Yeah, you see that? That rune light right there? Yeah, I play RuneScape. That scrim was way too long. Oh, everyone plays OSRS? Yeah, it's a good game. It's a classic. Okay, room chat view. Why is oh yeah, message because we have to include the other stuff. What's it missing exactly? Missing the following props. Ramen too. That doesn't make any sense. 5-minute stand-up, okay. Have I ever contributed to Rune Light? No. But what I did do is there was this there was this other client. 5-minute stand-up, yep. Okay, hope you're ready for a scrum meeting now. Alright. No, this is not a scrum meeting, I'm just gonna stand. But anyways, yeah, I used like a RuneScape client or whatever, and then I made like a bot for the auction house where I could trade. This was before there was like a fee for trading, because I wanted to automate the process to make lots and lots of gold. And so what I did is I was able to like do searches for prices, and then I stored it all in like a database that was shared across all of the bots. And each bot had its own like profile, so it logged in like during certain hours of the day and its own IP address. And never the twain shall mix. So two bots, you know, they wouldn't use the same IP. Tisk tisk, basically, it worked. It would. I mean, like, okay, Ash Mod would be very upset. He would be. But the way I saw it is I was giving like liquidity to the market because that's all the bots did. They just traded. So that meant that people were able to sell their items for more and people were able to buy them for less. So, you know, for me it was fine. Inflation generator? No, actually. Because the bots, they didn't get any gold at all. I mean, they made gold from trading, but if anything, that was a deflation because then they all got banned. So I took gold out of the economy. And thank you so much for the sub, Frazen. I appreciate it. I was a bit sad that they got banned, actually. But oh well. Market efficiency and all that. I'll stick to the stock market. You just stuck with RS3? OSRS is a lot of fun. Yeah, I shouldn't have to make changes to this. Oh, you know what? Wait, no, it's because it should just be a throttled message. It's like it doesn't know that this is a throttled message. That's so weird. Is it a playlist? Basically. It's this playlist here. Twitch soundtrack. You got so used to just hitting plus 5%? Oh yeah. So, I'm the kind of person who makes gold off of you, because I'll just list stuff for a long time, and then I just flip items all day. This is why I have to play an iron character now on RuneScape, because otherwise I'll just go to the market and I'll just make money from that and not actually play the game. And everything then just evolves into like, okay, how much gold an hour? You know, okay, how much does stuff cost? And you just buy everything and it becomes not as fun. So for me, playing an iron character on RuneScape is a way to like not do the market and actually explore. Because it really opens up a lot of the game when you can't just buy everything. Ah. That's why. because it doesn't understand that the kind of message does have the properties. That's why I need to specify them. So easy fix for this would just be to like make it new message, and now it should work because now it knows. There we go. Alright, so now we have to replace the whole message. This is not gonna work well for localization, but we can just replace it later on. The pop-up reminds you of when your laptop's out of batteries? Which pop-up? Oh, like the pop-up on stream? Oh, the follow one? Oh, I can move it, or I can change it. Well, I don't want to replace everything. I only really want to place the amounts. Okay, I have an idea. Oh, the Battle Blobs game icon? Yeah, I gotta get that finished at some point. Is Battle Blobs the name that we want? Like, are we set on that one, or do we have a better one? You like the name? Up to me? Up to me? No, it's up to all y'all. Oh, Retro MMO's playing Foony like right now? It's a good thing we fixed it, like, you know, 10 minutes ago. Oh goodness. I see, I see. Yeah, sorry for having it broken. My apologies. Hydrate? Okay. Okay, let's see. Why am I not getting my messages here? If prep message is... Oh, I need 2 of them. And now I get that, and now it'll... blarg. Okay. Killed all these games, they look amazing. Thanks. Is it my only project? No, it's not my only project, it's just the main project. So it's what we work on the stream Monday to Friday. And then on Saturday and Sunday, it's side project day. So side project day is where we work on really whatever. We're gonna finish making this poll site thing, and then once that's finished, I can really ask all of y'all. Okay, I seriously have got to time these meteors better. Because you see that? Okay, now it drops. Okay, How many seconds off is it? Because I'm beginning to think it's not just like a latency thing. It must... I've got to figure that one out. You got started this weekend? Yeah, basically. It's still so weird. It's a gaming chair. Oh, absolutely. It's a real gaming chair, because what you... Like, okay, so you've got two kinds of chairs. You have the racing style gaming chair, which looks cool, but is not a gaming chair, because although some gamers, you know, they'll use it because it looks cool, it's really uncomfortable for long gaming sessions. But an office chair that's high quality is just good. I can sit in this thing all day long and not get sore. So I much prefer something like this. And I bought it cheap. I bought this one used. And sure, it's got some nails, kind of, or not nails, but like staples kind of, you know, falling out of it, and the wheels, you know, maybe fall off a little bit. So it needs some extra super glue, but it was cheaper and it works just fine. Messages users undefined. Yeah, that definitely shouldn't do that. Messages slash users slash... There we go. One less bug. Glue fixes everything. Super glue fixes everything. Just be real careful with super glue. You don't want to like glue your hands in weird ways, because that would be ungood. Alrighty, so this is the message. So now all we have to do is make it work properly. You have an autonomous chair? What on earth is an autonomous chair? Does it like walk around and just provide you a seat wherever you want? Because that would be pretty cool. Just the name of the brand. Ah, I see. Okay, I see. Autonomous AI, which sells office chairs. I never would have guessed that a store called Autonomous AI would sell office chairs, but Okay. Pretty cool stuff, actually. Looks pretty high quality. Yeah, it looks like a really good chair. Secret lab chairs? I think I used to have a secret lab chair. I used to have one of those gaming buckets, and it used to like... It was not that comfortable, but it looked cool and I felt fast. I was like a racer, racing through code. I felt fast? Yeah, you bet. You have to, like, in one of those chairs, of course you're gonna feel fast. Blazingly fast? This is the way. Now if I do a replace like this, how do I access? It's just a value. A function to return the placement text. Oh, I think we can actually do this. Primogen uses that a lot. What, blazingly fast? Or a gaming chair to go faster? Blazingly fast. Prime doesn't even use a chair. I heard he uses like a bouncy ball or something. A workout ball? Very cool. Oh, maybe I don't want /G. And goodness, White Panther with a huge rate of 83. Goodness gracious. Thank you so much, White Panther. Yeah, welcome, Raiders. We're working on Foony? Howdy. Yeah, what are you working on? Yeah, if you haven't already, let's, well, I'm gonna check out what White Panther is up to. And definitely give him a follow. White Panther. Very cool stuff. White Panther's channel, celebration highlights. A tool to help you choose your next JavaScript framework. Oh goodness. There's a new framework coming out every day, so that sounds very tough. A lot to keep up with there. A new tool to help you build your next project using Astro. Ooh, Astro. Very cool. Yeah, definitely give them a follow. Give them a follow. I'm gonna be careful. I'd feel like EM, but it sounds too... Yeah. Alright. Just on a stream of people playing Foony. Yeah, Retro MMO is wow, they're still playing. Or I guess maybe they left, but one of the... Oh wait, no. 4 people. Yeah, I think Retro MMO is probably in this room. Your framework, you're super fast. Are you blazingly fast though? You've got to be blazingly fast. Okay. So we've got C is... You can't be blazingly fast? That's okay. As long as you're fast. Okay, so if E is 49... You can't be blazingly fast. The speed limits are very strict. Oof. Are the changes I'm making updating live on the Foony server? That would be really cool, Zen, but I have to use a deploy script before it's actually live. But yeah, I think Retro MMO is playing in Flurp's room, so if you want to be live on a stream or something playing games on Foony, probably Flurp's room is the one to do it in. Hi, Rich. How's it going? Doing pretty well, Crucials. I've got to figure out... Okay. I think the problem I'm having is that this is a replace. So let's just do this. At least this will help me like see what I'm actually doing here. There we go. So that's number 2. So D is number 2, and then B must be number 18, and C must be the stuff in between. Let's just do this then. That way I can combine everything real fast. There we go. Now we just combine it all together, replace what we need to, and we'll be set. Is that the thing you saw in Coding Garden the other day? Probably. Yeah. Yeah, because we raided Coding Garden, I want to say like a week ago. And Coding Garden is also super cool. Definitely check them out if you haven't already. They also stream on Twitch, and they've got great content, especially if you're just trying to like learn programming and stuff. Coding Garden does a lot of YouTube videos to kind of teach you all the basics and stuff. It isn't doing much on the screen. Oh no. Imogen knows a lot of them though, so they're pretty good at it. Okay, so we need to go all the way up to F, so E and C are the ones that we want. Those are the ones we're replacing. So now I can take this and go to the merge thingamabobber over here. Doo-doo-doo-doo. I forget, which ones did I say? I said C and E, right? Yeah, must be. You were searching for Coding Garden and came across this? If you ever need help with any particular topic, or you want me to explain something, just let me know. I'd be more than happy to help. People searching for Coding Garden also watch Acorn? Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad you're here, Dante. Howdy, Eanes. How's it going? Okay, now how do we want to do this? There's multiple ways. I can either take everything and then just join it together, or I could just A plus B plus C plus D. They both work. All the pluses? Oh goodness. Alright, we'll do all the pluses. So it's going to be A, B, C, D, X amount. There we go. That's what I want. I think that'll work. Go ahead and just double check. Make sure I did this right. What state management am I using? I'm using something that's similar to zoo stands. It's like my own custom zoo stand. I don't recommend using mine. I strongly recommend that you use zoo stands. That's the way you really should be doing it. This is what I use. It was based off of someone else's stuff initially, and then I made a lot of changes to it and replaced a lot of stuff and then deprecated a lot of stuff. So I guess, yeah, I have my own special state management thing for global state. Thoughts on people saying Redux is dying? They're right. I don't think you should use Redux unless you work at a really large company where you're kind of using Redux already, then sure, you can use Redux. But if you're working on a new project or a small project or something like that, don't pick Redux. Don't do it. You're going to add additional complexity that you don't need. I would use ZooStand or I would use Jotai. They're both fantastic choices. Both of them are made by the Poimanders group, and they're wonderful. I would say that Redux Toolkit is also still too complicated, but if you are determined to use Redux still, then at least use it with Redux Toolkit. Database suggestion for a database with one table with only one column with 1 billion rows. Probably planet scale. Probably going to be planet scale. A giant list. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly based, but planet scale is kind of my go-to for databases now. The only reason I use Firestore is because I have real-time pub sub, and I'm too lazy to set up my own suckID, and using something like Pusher is too expensive and would make Foony very expensive to run. Every job requirement has Redux, unfortunately. That's, you know, sometimes if you work for someone else, you're going to have to settle on tools that you don't like. Whether those tools are Perl or PHP or something else, sometimes you don't get to choose and you're stuck with it. And maybe later down the line you can use something nicer. Do I use React Query? I heard React Query is really good. I don't use it on this project currently, but I'm definitely open to it. What's the issue with Redux? The issue with Redux is the amount of boilerplate you have to write in order to make changes to your code. It's rather complicated. When you look at something like Jotai or ZooStand, you write very little and you get a lot for it. Like, here's an example. I guess that's not really a great example of using it. I probably have some others. Do we have something where I use this and just like a little bit? I guess this uses it maybe. So here's my store. This is kind of like all my different use states. Active key, anchor element, context tooltip, is active, hover key. So here's how I create the global store. And you do a very similar thing in ZooStand. And then, anytime you need to use it, first of all, you can retrieve the value, just store.get. You're not listening to it, so this isn't gonna trigger re-renders or anything. You just get whatever the latest value is. And then you have store.set. And what does this do? All it does is it sets the value to whatever this is, and it doesn't cause a re-render here, but anything that's listening will get re-rendered. And then you have like update or something very similar to set. It's just like you're setting multiple things at the same time. And then there's also store.use, like this. This is how you do a use state. So instead of your const hover key equals use state, you just write it this way. It's barely any more. And you don't have to deal with reducers or anything else that's complicated. You just treat it the same way that you would a use state. You can even do something like this, set hover key. And you just call it the same exact way you normally would. And so I like it. And a zoo stand is very, very, very similar to that syntax. What do I think about Preact? I think you should stick with React because Preact is like the small incremental change on top of React, and React will get you, it checks all the boxes, it does everything you need it to, so I don't see why you would really need to switch to something like Preact. It's not like it's infinitely better, it's not like it's, you know, getting rid of use effect or replacing it with a better concept. It's still very similar. So I personally would stick with React because it does everything I need it to, and the developer pool for React is going to be really, really large. So if I ever need to grab someone to work on the project, it's easier to find someone who has knowledge of React. You're currently coding in Java, you're hired to code Python? Yeah, I mean, yeah, sometimes you just have to deal with it. You feel like the reaction or the Redux toolkit is more simplified than ZooStand? Yeah, I looked at it, it didn't seem like it was. It didn't seem like it was. I looked at this the other day. You still have this reducer thing. It's just, you still have this dispatch pattern, and you have to do like a provider still? No, this is not simpler. Reducers? No, this is not simpler. Yeah, it's not any simpler at all. Is it simpler than just regular Redux? Yes. But is it simple enough for me to want to use it? No. It's just React with less bundle size? If that's the case, maybe sure, but I don't know. To me, React does everything I need it to. I thought there was something with the same modern API? Okay. I might have been thinking about Solid.js or something. Yeah, okay, maybe this is fine. So is there anything that Preact doesn't have? You saw a tweet today regarding signals for React? I saw that as well. It's very easy to switch from React to Preact. I guess it could be okay then. I guess for me, I don't really have a pain point in React that would be solved by switching to Preact. But it seems fine. A good resource to learn the concepts and how to build websites with React. I mean, I can just give you like a few tips here and there. I don't really have a great resource other than maybe read a little bit of documentation and just start building stuff. Start building things that are gonna help you, make some projects in it. It's really the best way to learn. Some things to watch out for, which could like kind of throw you off, is don't look at class components, don't look at higher order components. These were kind of like old things, they solved a need, they were both replaced with functional components. Stick with functional components, really. Functional components and hooks, use that stuff. Keep your components small. Don't have super large components, because the larger a component is, the harder it is to maintain, and typically the slower your code is going to be, because whenever that component re-renders, it's going to re-render a whole bunch of stuff. If you keep your components really small and focused, then typically you'll be re-rendering less stuff. And I would stay away from Redux. I think it's too complex. Use something like ZooStand or Jotai. Really, I mean, that's about it. That's my TLDR on what to do with React and how to get started. I agree, Isaac. I have tried Redux. Like, I really did try it. And I tried simplifying it. I tried making like a little wrapper around it. But it was still too complex. And just was too much boilerplate and too much overhead and stuff for me. You like dry? I like dry too. Okay, we should have a message now. Not my name, but what do I like to do other than coding? Well, I like to play games, and I also like to read about coding. So when I'm not coding, I like to read about it. And I also like to, sometimes I might watch a sneaky video about coding, about like some new framework or something I haven't used. You know, could be really interesting. I like coding, okay, I really do. Sometimes I might learn a little bit about design, you know, there's a book I'm reading through, the Refactoring UI or whatever book. What font am I using? JetBrains Mono. It's like a default. What I say, I'm born to be a coder. Acorn 1010, okay? Binary for 10. I think that pretty much says it right there. Like, born to be a coder. Do I like science? Yeah, I do. Have I checked Next.js? Yeah, I have. We use Next.js for my side project. And, yeah, I like computer science. I've liked computers, like, even before I had an actual computer for myself. My mom had a computer, and I played this little dog game. She had, like, a Macintosh, and this was back when it was called, like, a Macintosh, okay? It was this cute little dog game, and I played it. And then I also had, like, a buckling spring keyboard or something that I like to type on. It wasn't plugged in, I just liked the sound of it, and click-clack and stuff. It was nice. And then, eventually, I got like an actual computer, which was some really old computer. It couldn't even connect to the internet, but I still liked it a lot. And I've just loved computers. Oh, there we go. Oh, we need to not add a. Vintage keyboard noises as you type. Goodness. That's how clicky switches in Joyer was born? I do like the clicky switches, okay. You're new here, check out Foony, good stuff. I appreciate it, Banu. Yeah, I love working on this, it's a lot of fun. Oh, it worked! It worked! Tipped 36 coins and B4 coins. Okay, well the message isn't updated, but that's just because we didn't do anything with this yet. Do I consider myself a nerd? That I would be honored to be called a nerd. But yes, 100%. There was this one time for Halloween, I dressed up as a nerd. Had big broken glasses and like a pocket protector with pins in it. It was great. I was like, yes, this is me. I have found my true calling in life. Oh, look, it works. Okay, so let's test it out. Oh, well, it kind of works. But why does it not work up there? Tipped. Okay. I think it just doesn't work because the message is slightly different. 100% that's why. Okay, right, because it's themselves versus the other thing. But, if I do this, it should work. I just have to do this and click on this. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Alright, so if I do multiple tips, oof, it kind of works, it almost works. But it needs to delete the old message. The shocking thing is that we actually deleted the old message. So how did the old one get through? I see. Oh, it's because of the max messages, new messages link thing. Why am I changing my theme? I just changed it next. I just changed it like 2 months ago. You can't change a theme that fast. You gotta get used to a theme so that you can not think about it. I'm a Linux user. I use Whizzle. One Dark is so boring. Max, I like working, I like making stuff and creating things. If I change themes and change my editor constantly, then I'm not going to be making stuff because I'll be spending all of my time relearning. And learning is great, but I do want to make things. We'll change it eventually. I'm like Theo. I'm sorry. Except he cares about themes. It's not something I care about. If I would use the default theme. Okay, maybe we can change the theme like at 10k followers or something, because we're already doing something at 5k. Hot tub stream? Yeah, it's not gonna be a hot tub. It'll be like a kiddie pool or something. Because I'm not gonna buy like an entire hot tub just for like a gimmick. It still won't go straight. I'm sorry to hear that, PLZ. Okay, Okay, so we have the previous state, which comes through. We've got the new messages length. What, did we get like a bunch of suggestions in the chat? Oh my gosh. Oh, there's so many suggestions. Oh, I see. Why not use splice instead of slice? Because splice is... I think a splice is deprecated. I could be wrong, but I think it is. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, I'm wrong. Let's say splice method changes the contents of an array. Which just modifies it. I see. The biggest Foony fans of all time? Oh, look at that! It's Retro MMO. Hi, Retro. Yeah, definitely give him a follow if you haven't already. Here's his Twitch. And he's working on this, like, really old school, old style game. Which is, like, pixel graphics, and it's really cool. I looked at the networking for this game, and I was really surprised in the way the networking was implemented. It's really good. It helps prevent a lot of a lot of exploiters, and it's really cool. Basically, it just sends like the commands between the client and server. So like the client just tells the server like, I want to move to the right, or I want to move up, or I want to move to the left, or I click at this location, and then the server has like the state of the client, and so it'll then run the command to figure out like where the client should be. The client doesn't say, I am moving to position 4-5 or something. Well, and it's pretty cool. Total server authoritative, yeah. One of the advantages of total server authoritative stuff is that it makes it really hard to do exploits, right? It's kind of like the way that RuneScape works. And it also makes it easier to detect bots, because the patterns for bots are going to be a lot different. But you can get desync as well, where the client and server have like a disagreement on where the client is, so that can be tricky to deal with. What backend stack am I using? I'm using Kubernetes, Firestore, Node.js, Express. How did RuneScape successfully detect when client code is changed via reflection? I'm not sure. I haven't reverse engineered RuneScape. Okay, I don't know how it works under the hood. I never spent that much time on it. Why did I pick Express over Fastify Koa? Oh, Retro MMO's got a game going right now. So yeah, feel free to join this game. If you want to play, then 6 people are in Funo right now. Feel free to join them. Funo supports up to like 100 players. So, you know, the more the merrier. I would say when you're trying to choose a framework, just pick one that a lot of people use. Because it's going to get a lot of bug fixes, it's going to like get improvements, it's going to be around for a longer time, most likely, especially if it's been around for a long time. Okay, we've still got to fix this. So, if I keep a count of the number of times new messages didn't get extended, then I can subtract extra from the previous state so that I'm slicing more of it off. And that would actually do replacements. You shouldn't use the one that has 2 downloads per week? I mean, I'm not gonna stop you. But if I were you, I wouldn't. Okay, so that comes from all messages.
It seems like yesterday was only a moment ago. This space between the room, it's empty, I'm empty inside. But still I found a way to bring a smile upon my face. 'Cause when I think of you, I'm happy.
I think the reason I do this is because I don't want to re-render messages that didn't change. Man, this one's tough. This is a really tough one. Why not using TSDoc for documenting code? I use whatever the default is. So, like, whatever this thing is. Not that. Works better on functions. So, I think I do use TSDoc or something. I'm not sure. It's probably TSDoc. Is this an IntelliJ idea? Or ID? Yep, it is. Idea Ultimate. Maybe what I want is not merge messages. Instead, I can just like return a result and then handle the result. And then keep track of the number of messages that get replaced or something. How's it going? Pretty good, Ashan. I'm at a tricky spot because I'm trying to keep this code performance. And this is one of those things, like when you try to optimize your code, you end up with more complicated code a lot of the time. Unless you're going from like a bad data structure to like a better one. If you're doing something like this where you're trying to like reduce renders and stuff and do some weird caching, it makes the code more complex and harder to manage. It's almost like I want to not create a new message. I do want this to be the old message. Rewrite it in Rust? Come on. We're not rewriting this in Rust. Oh yeah, and it's not gonna merge properly. What am I preventing from rendering? The messages. So the chat messages as they come in, all these. Whenever I get like a new message, I don't re-render all of them. Let me get something over here. Highlights. So you see how there's not like a tiny little square around each of the messages? At least let me make sure I didn't like have a regression here. Can I add the previous message ID to that filtered list? Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Let me just finish messaging this so I get it all the way down. Because I saw something and I want to make sure I don't have a regression here. Okay, good. I think we're good. Yeah, so currently it's fine. Now, one thing I do have to fix is I gotta fix this part. So that's failing because of this. Because this could be one of two things. Alright, so the question mark colon, what this does is it makes it like a non-capturing group. So it's not gonna get captured, which is useful for this. Maybe I want to do this actually. That way, the capture group. I wonder if that would work. We'll see. Take care. Next, a Valorant match. Ooh, good luck. Regex 101. Checking on Regex 101. Let's see. Oh, this is like Regexer. I like Regexer. I think I like Regexer more, just because I'm used to it. Let's see, you're interested in contributing some small amount of knowledge, React, Node.js, etc. Where can we find real industry projects? Can I stream Lost Ark already? Okay, Frog. Okay, we'll stream something later. If you're on US West, maybe I can carry you through something or join you in something. So, Coder Noob, if you want to contribute something, take a look at all the kinds of like open source projects and stuff and see if there's an open source project that interests you, where you can do like a pull request. So that would probably give you an idea. And if you're doing that, just maybe find like a small issue or something that looks really, really simple. Because their first pull request should just be something like super basic. You're just trying to learn how to do a pull request and the right syntax and stuff like that. Okay, right, so I wanted to now know the groups, so let's see. So here we have up to group 5, and if I remove this, group 4, okay. I see, I see. So this is going to increase the number of groups we have by 1. Well, okay, fine. Let's not capture that. And then if this is themselves, I'm guessing one of these will just be undefined. Yeah, let's just do that. The first PR is always about improving docs. Yeah, it can be. That could be a good one. It doesn't have to be, but it can be. Good first issue. Oh yeah, this is great. Clone the repo, create a branch. Oh, this is like literally just some project to help people make their first commit on something where they just add like a line of contributors. Literally, that's all it is. That's great. Yeah, this is a good one. This is good to get people like into the flow and learn how to actually do stuff. It's actually a good one. Learning Markdown is great, yeah. You can use Markdown in Discord too. For all sorts of stuff. I use it all the time. Alright, so now the 2 is optional. What do I dev? All sorts of stuff, but mostly I'm working on Foony. That's my main project that we're working on. And it is... I think it's a pretty cool project, personally. It's like a big social multiplayer game site where you can play a bunch of different games with a bunch of people. Like currently, Retro MMO is in a room with like 8 people playing Funo, which is a spin on Uno. It's slightly different. You know, you've got like front and back cards if you want. There's a bunch of different options to configure it. You can make it like last one standing, so instead of getting rid of your cards, you want to hold on to them. There's a bunch of stuff. Yeah, so literally the only thing we have to do is figure out how to make it where only the last message shows up here. Howdy, Nizak. What's up? And Nan coins to the IRS. Oof. I messed up the Nan. Oh, that's why. There we go. So if I refresh, does it magically work? Yeah, if I refresh, it magically works. Am I doing a tipping system? I already have the tipping system. What I'm doing, you see here how it says tipped 144 coins? What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make it where only the last message shows up. So it'll condense the previous messages and kind of combine them together. The trick is getting it to actually combine. So, I mean, it kind of works whenever you refresh, but as the messages come in, they are treated as new messages, so I've got to like go through and make sure they get deleted. Now, let's see. If I know that the previous message is supposed to get merged, maybe there's something I can do. Or maybe what I can do is I can store a list of messages that get merged, like a set of them, and then I can check and filter through the list and filter out anything that got merged. And I think that's probably going to be the best way, which means that instead of merge messages, it's going to return and see whether something was merged or not. Okay, I think we have a solution. I still don't know Git. You don't have to know Git very well to be a developer or software engineer. It's just not a requirement. I swear, that is like 5 seconds off. I think it's consistently 5 seconds off. So I think we can fix it. I bet what happened is that I didn't increase something by 5 seconds. Because we added the start of the game, we added like 5 seconds to it, and I think I know what's going on there. Actually, let me test it. Okay. So as soon as the meteors start falling, I need like a stopwatch. Okay. As soon as the meteors begin to fall, I'm going to start it, a timer, and then we're going to see when the player gets eliminated. Because I guarantee you it's going to be 5 seconds. I should have reduced the time so I don't have to wait too long. Because we've got to like focus here. What did I hate the most about Google besides not being able to work remote? Not being able to work remote. I want flexible schedules, so I want to be able to work on my own time, and I want to be remote. And I also don't want like a cap on how much I can earn. So if I work like super ridiculously hard and end up doing lots of amazing things, I want to be compensated for it. I think it's those 3 things that made me not want to stay at Google. I wasn't content with just being like a cog in a giant machine and being like, you know, well compensated for that, and I didn't want to be, I don't know. I guess maybe hopefully that helps you understand. Was this a side project? No, actually. I started this after I left Google. Okay, here we go. Five seconds. Yep, that's what it is. It's off by 5 seconds. Am I based in San Francisco? I used to be. I miss being able to just jog everywhere. And I miss the people in San Francisco. San Francisco has like a really great startup scene, and it's got some really wonderful people there. So I definitely miss that part of it. Okay, let's see, what messages did I miss here? Let's see, something about something lightweight. Oh, with the markdown. Test a timer with testing framework? There's multiple ways. Typically you fake it. So with the testing framework, you don't actually want to wait the specified amount of time because that's going to make your tests very slow. So typically you mock out the timer so that you can just wait however long you need to wait or something. Costs and that stuff? Oh yeah, it's very expensive. That's one of the big reasons I don't live there now. I can't really afford it reasonably. So if I were to become like super successful or something, maybe I could move back there if I really wanted to, but I quite like it where I am. It's very green, it's very beautiful. I love it a lot. And there's still a very large developer community and the kind of people that, you know, that I enjoy being around, I guess. Move to where Mark Zuckerberg lives? What, Hawaii? No chance. I'm not sure where he lives, actually. I know he's got like a giant place in SF, and he's got like a giant place in Hawaii or something. I don't really keep up with it. Okay, but we are 5 seconds off, so that means we need to delay the client by 5 seconds. This.config.roundtime added to the start time. And I bet if I take a look at the server, it's gonna be off. Like exactly. Because it has to add to that. Ahaha. And drop meteors when the round time expires. Which is then schedule end of round.
How far would you go with me? Catch a flight, land under the palm tree.
Returns when the game starts after the initial wait time. Game start time MS. Yeah, that'll do it. But I don't think we share this with the client in any way. So I can either add like an extra field or something, maybe set it so that the client actually receives the real data, or I can just fake it and be like, ah, that's gonna be an extra 5 seconds. Yeah, no worries. Was my workload more at Google, or is it now as a remote developer? At Google, my workload was like this. Doing my own thing, it's like this. It's way larger now. I get so much more done. And then I love it. That's great. At Google, it was like almost boring how little the workload was compared to this. I have an idea. What we'll do is we'll adjust this to be based on the round time and not the game start time. Instead, we'll use the actual start time that we have from wherever the hey who heck the start time comes from. Okay, so start time comes from the game session start time. Perfect. Okay, so the start time comes from this dot start time, get start time. When the game starts, this is, no, that's not what I want. I want, this envy. Do I use a date library for time and date? I don't, but if you are asking what a good date library is, there is, oh goodness, I forget what it's called. It's a really tiny one. There's one that you don't want to use. You don't want to use this one. Day.js, that's the one I'm thinking of. You want to use Day.js, don't use Moments. The reason is because Day.js is extremely tiny, but you probably don't need a date library, okay? If you're just doing simple stuff, you can probably get by with just some custom, like, string utils thing, and just do some really tiny basic stuff. There's also this internationalization JavaScript thing, which is really, really cool. And you can use this for things like formatting the date, or for formatting how a number appears. And it's super cool. And I learned about this like last week or something. It's really neat. Check it out. Number format. Look at that. You get like nice kind of stuff. And it also does things like you can, you know, have it be like B for billion or K for thousand or something. So definitely take a look at INTL before you go jumping into all these other things. See if it'll do what you need it to. One thing I need to do though is I need to check can I use, because I only heard about this recently. So I don't know what the support of it is like. So it looks like you might need to be a little bit careful on some of it, possibly. Is it integrated? It's part of JavaScript. It's built in. So it looks like it's been out for a decent amount of time. If you use Intel, you might be missing out on, looks like, what, 4% of traffic total? But, I mean, like, the percent of traffic you're missing out on is, like, you know, people who, for some reason, are in the Stone Age using Internet Explorer or something, so you're not really missing much, I don't think. Okay, so I think this will fix it. Would I recommend a job at a big companies like Google, Microsoft, or remote jobs self-employing? I would recommend both. The reason I would recommend both is because if you join a large company, you learn what a large company is like. You can learn if that's maybe kind of your style, because for some people it can be. A large company is going to give you a steady paycheck, a steady job. It's boring, but it's gonna, like, you're gonna get money, you know, you're not gonna have to worry about stuff. You're surrounded with brilliant people, it's got pretty good perks. But it has a limited amount of upside as well. A small company or a startup might require more skills of you. You might have to be like just better, because you might be stuck doing lots of different tasks, and you'll be expected to be pretty decent at like a huge amount of stuff. Whereas at a very large company, you can specialize on one particular thing. So maybe you start at a large company, you focus on like one narrow little aspect of things, you get really good at it, you learn how things work, you learn how to style stuff, take as much knowledge as you can, and then maybe do like a startup or something if you want later on. The reason I say it in this order is because at a large company, you'll get like the steady paycheck, you'll be able to build up a large enough nest egg, so that then you can go and you can take those risks. I would not have been able to be where I am now, taking the amount of risk that I am now, if I had just jumped straight into doing startups and stuff. I wouldn't be able to fund as large a project. I wouldn't be able to hire out art and design or anything else that I needed. I'd have to do it all myself, which would really slow me down. And then I'd be really worried about like where my food is going to come from or how I'm going to pay rent. Does Foony funded solely by me? No. I have a co-founder, and the co-founder handles a lot of that risk and pays for a lot of stuff. So you can thank the co-founder actually for a lot of that. Another thing is if you're doing something at a very small company or whatever, you may not have as many experienced people that you can like rely on. So that can be very tricky and very challenging. One of the great things about doing what I'm doing in particular is that because I'm streaming everything live, I have chat who is brilliant and way better than me at like everything. Because there's so many of y'all that you're just gonna be better than me at every single thing. And so I get a lot of advice from chat, and I try to rely on chat because there's just so much helpful advice and there's so many helpful things that I just don't know. And so it's pretty great. And now we'll just add this to it. I Jade, okay, okay. And be right back. Alright, I'm back. Co-op programming? Yeah, co-op programming with my chair. And chat. Parallel computing. Yeah, chat is amazing. Like, really. I didn't realize it was going to be quite this amazing. Just having everyone give suggestions and feedback, and it really opened my eyes to a lot of different things. It's called R-Grammin? Okay. And when is International Talk Like a Pirate Day anyways? September 19th, okay. I've got 12 days. I've got to prepare for this. Meteor indicator MS. Ah, I see. Dynamite meteor fall time and that's what is this one? Time taken for a meteor to fall down on the client. So then why the heck does it subtract it here? Oh well, let's try it. We are fixing up so much stuff. I can't believe we had this broken. I can't believe it. What does npm link do? It tells Link that the princess is in danger and he has to go save her. And so then it goes through and it will do like a symlink and other stuff, and it just causes Link to kind of go through and make sure that everything is updated. Something along those. Okay, fine. Fine as any, I deserve that. Okay. It'll make like a link, like some sort of like a symlink where I can then use like npm link shared library. So this is the link it creates. And then the server will know how to find this particular package, this shared library package. See this? The shared library uses this file shared. So it's like this kind of like linky thingamabobber and just makes sure everything works. Okay, fine. As any. Here we go. Thanks a lot, Undefined. Undefined null. Oh goodness. Which did a suggestion visible only to you? Did I write some self-torturing plugin? I'm not sure what self-torturing plugin is, but okay. A suggestion visible only to you. Self-torturing plugin. I don't understand. I don't know. So let's see, what is this color and why does it not like this? Because it's gray. That makes no sense. Oh, I see. Once you've reached 4K, it's advised to torture me. Oh, yeah, that's just my you know, my rewards. You get to torture me in horrible ways by making me do push-ups and do things that are good for my health. Did I create Foony.com? I did. Yep. It's been a lot of work. 101,000 lines of code. What did you just tune into? Oh, you know, the usual, it's an acorn. You get to watch me fix as any stuff and... Oh god, as any. Oh, it's horrible. Okay. So colors. It has gray. It can totally be gray. Oh, and then it comes from here. And then it doesn't understand it can be gray. Okay. You get to torture me in all these horrible ways? Yeah, it's great, August, you know? Like, just wait until we get out like the whip and everything. Where can we hire a good freelance UI designer? Dribble is a really good place. I was kidding about that, by the way. But, let's see. Right, so here's Dribble. Do you have time for a GitHub link of the day? Yeah, definitely. Oh, this shirt? This shirt is given to people who get into Google through Foobar. So this is a Google shirt. It's for Foobar. If you read it, it's like I can't see what it is on stream. It's too small. Let's see. It starts with a 1. So oh, it's bar.foo. Okay, but anyways, this is how I found a designer. and I just looked at like the top designs here and I found a designer. Keep in mind, if you do go this route and you go for someone who is like the most popular on Dribble, you're going to be paying like $100 an hour for their work. So you can expect thousands or tens of thousands of dollars for your design, depending on how much of a design you need done. So it can be very expensive, but the results are very nice. However, you're also probably going to get your design in Photoshop. Probably not Figma. You might get it in Figma if you're lucky. So just keep that in mind. You do need to take the design from Photoshop and actually do something nice with it. I've seen people get designs on Dribble and then they just slap it together in some horrible way and it looks nothing like... Yeah, it looks kind of like the Jesus painting. So there's this really great Jesus painting restoration thing that somebody did, and this is kind of like what it's gonna be. So if you're not careful, if you'll get something nice like this, you know, it has most of the functionality. Maybe it's missing a few things. It's static, it needs animation. So it needs really someone to take it to the next level and to kind of like fill in the gaps that the design is missing. Maybe your design doesn't have a mobile design, or maybe it doesn't have a desktop design. So now, if you give this to like some junior or something, you'll probably get something like on the right. And it's no longer a good design. If only Jesus Painter was a CSS engineer. If only. The Ronaldo bust? I'm not sure what the Ronaldo bust is. You wish it was only juniors? This is true. Even some more experienced software engineers and stuff might struggle with some of these things. Oh yeah, this thing. This was pretty great too. Looks wonderful. Looks just like him. Howdy, Pneumatic. AI engineers will destroy the market soon? I think you're right. I think you're right. I think the design market, the art world has basically been shaken up. A huge amount. A lot of things that artists have been able to do can now be done by something like solid diffusion or whatever it's called. And you can expect this to continue rapidly for the foreseeable future, where it will just get progressively better and better and better, and you'll be able to spend less and less money doing the computation to make beautiful art. A stable diffusion. That's the one, August. Yeah, appreciate it. I can never remember. I just remember it as like SD. But you can continue to expect it to get progressively better, and part of that getting better is it's gonna probably be able to do relatively decent design and stuff. Your link. Oh, I'm so sorry I missed this. React error. Oh no. GitHub is being funky. There we go. Post comprehension chart? Yep, you betcha. Python. See y'all? I do know some Python. It's on my shirt. That's how it's proof that I know. That's about all the Python I know nowadays. Simple reusable React error boundary components. Wrap around your components. I see. So instead of just having your whole app crash in horrible, horrible ways, this error boundary is supposed to be like a try-catch kind of for your rendering. I'm not sure how I feel about this. I kind of like the whole website exploding in horrible ways because it shows that you have an error. I don't know about the whole error boundary thing. Like, I probably wouldn't use this, personally. It just seems like extra stuff, but neat concept. It's missing the join, is it? Let's see. No, I think this is... It's supposed to be like, I mean, I guess like, yeah, I guess it could use a join. Yeah, because it's still gonna be a list. Sure. Done pretty good, David. Is Stable Diffusion similar to Dolly? No, it's better. Because you don't have to pay for it. You just need a good enough graphics card. So you want to be on an NVIDIA graphics card with at least 10 gigs of VRAM. If you're running a 3080 Ti or 3090, you should be set. I don't know what other ones you can run, but it's free. I mean, apart from the compute. It's really, really cool. It's really, really cool. What do I do after closing stream? Horrible things. I troll Twitter and other stuff. Luckily, you know, the other Twitch streamers are gracious enough to put up with my antics on Twitter. Okay. I think you're right. I think AI will replace a lot of concept artists. It was just kind of crazy, you know, you wake up one day and boom, there's Dolly, and then boom, there's Stable Diffusion and Midjourney, and who knows what's gonna come next month. Right, so oh yeah. Oh, we got sidetracked because we were doing an as any, and then for some reason this color thing. It can come in as gray. What about an unknown? Good enough. Random JavaScript TypeScript question. Is there something like map UUID to user that allows calling with newly created keys? So a hash map. Yeah, there's a map. I mean, there's just straight up, there's a map. You can just use a map. So you want a string mapped to some user? Sure. In fact, I probably have something that has like, oh, that's I guess just AWS SDK. There, now we have like a fake user type. There you go. There's your map. Map only allows string number. A UUID is typically a string. A unique user ID. Is your unique user ID not a string? But maps allow lots of things. It'll allow any kind of a key. This is why it's so much better than an object. Because if you're using a normal object in JavaScript, then you're kind of stuck. You've got like a string as your key. Sure, you got number, symbol, maybe, but typically just string. I don't use Code Whisperer. No, I like to yell at my code. What is this? Build applications faster than machine learning powered. Oh, this is just like GitHub Copilot? No, I don't use that. Would I rather use asconst or at our map? I'd use asconst. If you have a fixed key value pairs, you want to use asconst because in TypeScript, you're going to get much better auto completions with that, or you can do things with all sorts of types. I use it extensively. I love asconst. Because, check it out. Dinomight characters dot. It knows both of the keys, and even better, it knows everything that exists. It's just really great. I love it so much. You definitely want to use asconst. And you can create extra types out of it too. It's really powerful. But you can do all sorts of stuff. So maybe you have a function. Why would you do this? I don't know. I don't make the rules. But maybe you have a function that returns a string. You can do that in a map. It still works. It's great. It's awesome. Of course, trying to actually set it is going to be a bit of a pain because it's by reference. So just be careful with that. Because you'd want to do something kind of like this. And then if you want to retrieve it, you have to do it this way. Because if you try to do it this way, it's not going to work since it's actually a completely new a function. So just bear that in mind if you do really weird stuff. But a UUID should be a string. Okay, let's see. How do I check if a value conforms with the keys of it? So, okay, you can use an assertion if you expect it to be a particular type. And you can also use opaque types. There's all sorts of stuff. So let's say we have some string and we expect it to be a user ID. And our user IDs are A to Z, 0 to 9. So for example, here's a user ID. And now I have a function and we'll have assert is user ID. It'll accept a string. And then if it's not a user ID, it will throw an exception. There's two ways you can do this. You could also additionally use a type card. So I'll show you both ways here. Is user ID. So we're going to have a user ID type, which will be... This works better with objects. As I was thinking, like, an opaque type, well, it really does work better with objects. I don't even know if I can properly... I mean, technically you could make it work. That's a bit of a pain. Whatever. Yeah, it still doesn't work. Have I used the new use ID hook at all yet? I have not. I'm not familiar with this hook yet, I guess. Save type safety for the UUID. Rather than event. Yeah, I'm thinking. I mean, you could just do something like this, I guess. Type user ID equals. Can I do a range? Because I don't want to specify A through Z, it's just really verbose if I do that. But this would work. I guess you could do it like with like an extra type or something. which would be a lot less verbose. Yeah, this is too verbose. And now we just need to take A and user ID chars. Map to doesn't really matter. I'm thinking of it about it. Okay, so I want. Oh yeah, Kia. Okay, so now this should be. No, I've got to do the infer thing, don't I? Infer first. Infer rest. Something kind of like that. I don't know why it's not happy with me there, because that should work. T extends string, T extends infer first. If so, it is first pipe stir to union of rest, so it slowly gets through there, otherwise it's type T. Oh, maybe this? Oh wait, no, that's still not quite right. This looks cursed. Yeah. It's kind of cursed. Or stir to union. Thanks, appreciate it, August. No, wait. Oh, it's just us the opaque thing? And no relative. There's a way to do this. But I just have to find the string to union. There's like a... Okay. Toolkits. This has to exist in the toolkit. Because there's like a medium challenge or something for this one. And overload to map. You don't really need to do much to this. Wait, where's my TypeScript toolkit thing? Oh, fine. This is what I want. I'm just gonna look at a solution real fast. Because you can do it pretty quick. Thank you for the sub, I appreciate it a lot. Thank you, Foody. Thank you so much. Okay, let's see, what did I get wrong here? Oh yeah, I guess I probably need to do the... Okay. This extends T. I like to do it this way first. And then never else. T extends in for AB, first rest, first else. Yep, I got that. Else T. I probably have some typo or something somewhere. I think I did get it right. I think it's just not happy because I'm not using it anywhere. And another sub. Thank you so much, DD Pedro. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. a key of helper that makes it easy to work with. I'm not sure what your example is, Flo, exactly, but as const is extremely useful because you can then type of it and get like key of and whatever else. This is just for doing something really tricky with Mr. ID char. And another sub. Goodness gracious. That's a lot of subs. Thank you so much, Homeless. Wow. I can't even keep up with chat right now. And my apologies. Let's see. But user ID, okay. Thank you so much for, yeah, 2 months already? That's crazy. It's really surprising how fast time is like flying by here. It's so weird though. T extends blah. Which really should just be the other way around. Blah extends T. I just want it to be A to Z. Am I ready? Am I ready for what? But basically you've got this user ID thing and then you can just check, like, just assume this is all the way to Z or whatever your valid characters are. You can do it this way too, where you do like a string to union. I'm not sure what's going on with the types. It's supposed to work. Both of these were supposed to work. And then you can just do this. If user ID dot matches your thing, then great. For example. Jumping jack. Okay, Sir Julian. Okay, fine. Jumping jacks? That's like the least exercise kind of exercise you can do. Okay, fine. Let me fix this real fast though. There we go. Now it's fixed. So now you have a function as user ID, and once you're done through here, now it's a user ID, you can use that type wherever, and you can't just pass a normal string there because it's slightly more, it's got a little bit more to it. I mean, just checking the first character is enough, but there you go, something like that will work. Okay, here we go, jumping jacks time. Well, you can't really see me. But yeah, you can use both the assert method, which throws an exception, or the type guard. They both work. Your immortal TypeScript brain is writhing in pain. And then this one is I think it's the same. It might be a little different. Oh, right. It just does this. And there you go. Okay, we gotta hydrate. I can't do a posture check because I'm already standing, so we'll do that soon. And push-ups time. I think I'm still sore from yesterday. Well, not really sore, but you know what I mean. My cup is huge. Yeah, it's a great. The form. Oh well. I'm good enough for now. So let's see, we got the Asini done. We fixed the meteor. How do I use Kubernetes as part of my backend? I have this like orchestrator script. There's like a lot to this. Let me just make sure I don't like dox anything. Okay. Should practically be its own command at this point, yeah. So this orchestrator script was made by a friend who knows a lot more about Kubernetes than I do. And they use JavaScript. Don't hate too much, it's only one file, so JavaScript is okay. This I would say is like borderline where you want to start thinking about switching to TypeScript because it's relatively long. But JavaScript still kind of works. Is it a game? Yep, it is. But what this does is it creates like this file here. And I believe it looks like something kind of like this. Creates a giant YAML file with services and pods and all that jazz. And so there's a giant ingress. So this ingress is where all the traffic comes in. And then the ingress routes the traffic to different services depending on what the URL looks like. So I get some API URL, like /s or whatever, and that goes to a particular service. This orchestrator runs on a cron job every minute and regenerates this YAML file and updates the Kubernetes configuration so that servers that are no longer running are removed, servers that are getting added get added. So it helps ensure that there's no more than like a minute of downtime. There is a better way of doing this, but this way it works well enough for now. So yeah, it's kind of how it works. A template and a bit of substitution, yeah, it could work too. Yeah, definitely. Because like a lot of this, you know. everything that doesn't change. Could be done in like a template. But it was easy enough. I didn't have to, like, it's easy enough to understand. Anyways, that's kind of how it works. Other than that, there's like a Docker file on the server. So this is the Docker file. I like to keep it relatively simple. I like to start with the smallest possible Docker file possible. And then if you need extra functionality, you can bump it up. Because you don't want giant Docker files. Although whenever you're doing node modules, it kind of explodes the size anyways, so that's fun. Have I considered adding a user command? I'm not sure what a user command would do. But yeah, so this is a game. Let me show you. This is Foony. You can play lots of games, all your friends, you know. Looks like this lobby is going strong still. This is amazing. It's been going on for hours and hours and hours. So Retro MMO is playing this game, so you can, if you want to play with someone famous, some famous streamer, then you can just go play right here. Let's see. If I buy the Foony tech domain, like a blog, I'd probably just stick that on Foony.com. Stick it in the Foony.com blog. Party of the century over here? Sounds like it. The reason I want to use the same domain is because you would get more traffic linking to your domain, and that's a signal to Google that your domain is better and that it should, like, you know, tell people about it more. It's this whole like backlink kind of thing. So you want to use the same domain name. So Foony.com/blog or /posts or /something would be better because we get more traffic to Foony.com. I hope that explains some stuff. Alright, so now we're starting this up here. And if everything is fixed... Oh, by the way, Retro. Remember that meteor thing? Where like you can stand on meteors for a while? Yeah, turns out that was a bug. When I added the global 5-second timer for all of the games, I updated it on the server, but not on the client. So the client and server were 5 seconds off sync. Like always. So I've got a deploy coming soon, which will fix that. Yeah, my bad. To be fair, testing wouldn't have caught this, so there's only so much I can do here. Let's try making a game with some advanced options, set the runtime to really low. Howdy, 85. You'll try this website for virtual happy hours? Glad to hear it. Let me know if there's anything I can do to make it better for you. I've heard that a lot, actually. I hear a lot of people use Foony for their virtual happy hours. And by a lot, I mean at least 2 people. That's a lot for me, okay? Alright, so if I'm right, okay, well, soon enough. I need to see that the game ends. Like, okay, we're just timing the meteors, making sure the meteors between the client and server are like super well synced up. It's close. I'd say that was relatively close. Close enough. Can we get it closer? Later on, we need to do something where we can show and hide the chat. I'd say it's pretty close. Add command K8S. Okay. Thanks, I'll add this now. Is it a similar kind of game? You bet, Graham. You bet. It's inspired by Balloona, which is inspired by Bomberman. But it's not just like your regular Bomberman. This one supports 100 players. Let me show you. Like, the map gets larger based on the number of players. It also supports custom maps. Oh, I didn't know that, August. So yeah, it's Bomberman alright, or inspired by, but it's way larger than just Bomberman. Oh, come on, the bots trapped me, that's not fair. Now you can spectate other players too. Alright, let's see. So what this one does is just... That's not really important. Okay, we're gonna discard that change. I still need to get this fixed though. So what do we say for this one? I think we said something about like, instead of merge messages, it'll return. Which means now we need previous message. Which means we're no longer deleting the message, but we are generating a new message. So what do we return? By the way, if you're returning multiple things from a function in JavaScript or TypeScript, return it as an object, not as a list. Because if you return it as an object, then you can do something like this, you know, for all the stuff, whatever. And you'll give it like message or something else. Whereas if you do like a list, then it doesn't matter what you name it, it'll still work. And now you lose like your useful naming. So just return it as an object instead. So what are we returning here? Like, we're clearly returning message. What else are we returning? When doing pagination, do you think that changing a page should scroll the user to the top of the list? When doing pagination, I think it should keep them where they are. Probably. Because you don't want to be moving the like location of clicking and stuff. So if you click and you want to like double click, you'll be trying to do the second click and then you'll scroll up to the top and you'll miss your second click. And that'll be really frustrating. It's the whole kind of thing. You don't want to be changing the size of clickable stuff or inputs and stuff like that, or the location of them. This is what causes people to misclick. I'm sure all of us have experienced that time where an ad loaded on a page and pushed the content down, and you were just about to click a link, and now you clicked on this annoying ad because it's taking up the space that your link was at. So be nice. Don't change the layout of the page or anything, just randomly like that. That would be my suggestion. So what I'm saying is changing the layout randomly increases revenue. This is not the takeaway you should have gotten from this. Oh god. Yes, this is exactly what I'm saying. Don't do this though. Come on. Okay, now we have to fix the comment here because it's definitely wrong. So if applicable, how does this work? Merges rev message and new message. Oh, look at that. We've simplified it. Oh, we simplified it even more. Have I tried GitHub Copilot? Yes, I have. Do I like it? No. I am more than capable of copying Stack Overflow and GitHub on my own without GitHub Copilot. Basically, I tried it. It wasn't really helping me. It was kind of bringing me out of the flow more than it was helping. And so I just tend not to use it. I think it's more useful if you're more starting out and you're just not sure how to structure your code or something, and maybe it would be more useful then. It could be useful in like quick challenges, like on you know, some of those DSA challenges. I feel like it could be really useful for stuff like that. But I don't like having the text pop up. I don't even like having the, whenever you're calling a function, you know, like this for example, where it'll show what the parameter names are and stuff next to it. I don't even like that. Because if I want that, then I'll just control Q and I'll see exactly what it is. Otherwise, I don't want to see it. A plagiarism tool? It basically is. Posture check. Okay, there is. Or the Russian. Okay, so now we know if it's merged. What does that actually tell us? What can we do with this information? So if it is merged, that means you want... Okay, what does it mean? I think it means I want to replace the old message. I don't want to include the new message at all. Okay. Kinda like that, I think. Which is a lot more verbose. And it's gonna make maintaining this a little bit harder, unfortunately. But now the problem is that it's not going to include the latest message. That's a tough one. Oh, yeah, I remember now. I think we were gonna do it this way. And then we were going to, like, add it to, like, a blacklist or something. kind of like that. And now we just have to add this to a blacklist as well. And then we filter it out, and then I think we're okay. G-Pin, well, welcome back. Glad to have you. Okay, let's try this out. So, if everything works, then I will jump for joy because the chance of it all working is extremely low. Oh, it's so close. It's like doubling up. It's really, really close. It wants to work. And I'm losing all my gold. I should tip myself instead. That's really weird. It works, but it's only working to merge at one time. Oh, I know why. Losing all my gold. Look, I can't hack the gold. That would be against the spirit of the game, okay? I can't just increase my gold value. What do I look like? Appreciate it. I see. Well, right, because we set message ID, so this is what we want. Foony economy's game integrity remains intact another day. Absolutely. Until I add like a market system or something, and then everything just goes to heck. This is why Foony doesn't have a market, by the way. Because people like me will just abuse it. Oh, it works! It works, it works, it works! Check it out! Remember before Retro where it like the tips would come in and they wouldn't be kind of grouped together? And they would just spam chat? It works! I don't know why it works, but it works! Look, I can tip to the IRS now. Without spamming chat. I'm losing so much gold to the IRS. Okay, why it works, but it worked? Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think we have to like take this now, and I think we need it to be nicely commented with like commas and all that stuff. I need it internationalized. Oh well, it's good enough. If people really want to tip like 30,000 gold, then tough luck, you know, they can live with it for now. Also, if I accidentally break chat after this, if chat is somehow broken in some weird way, I'm sorry. But I think it's not broken. Is there a betting system already? There's not a betting system. I've heard that a lot. There was a betting system in Oh My God Pop? Oh, okay. If I can understand exactly how it should work for like the edge cases, like what happens if one of the players leaves early, what happens if the host tries to kick a player out, something along those lines, what happens if the server crashes because the servers are made with duct tape and glue and stuff, then if I can figure that stuff out, then we can have a betting system. I also need to know what the UI UX is supposed to look like. Alright, so that's done. I'm not going to do /tip username just because it's a little annoying for performance. I'll just do like a comment like that. I just add Kubernetes, that's what people say. If you add Kubernetes, welcome to your monthly bill. You know, here's your $100+ monthly bill. Enjoy. Okay, so this one's done. Cooldown should be lower by default. I think this is the bubble cooldown. I think the idea is that it should be 3 seconds instead of 5 by default. Okay, so we'll just change the default here. No way it's this easy. I love it. I love how easy this one is. If I want to change the default, I just go here to the configuration for the game and I change bubble timer MS 5 to 3 and done. Yes, 1 line of code. I love it so much. This made my day, 100%. It wasn't always like this. It used to be awful. It used to look like one of those eldritch horrors or something. Howdy, Hagu. But now it's all better. Alright, so next one. I like how easy that one was. We got that done so fast. Does IntelliJ have the features of the new JetBrains fleet? I'm not sure what the new JetBrains fleet has. So, don't know. Revive Extra Life Power Up. Okay, some of these are actually going to be tough. Player randomly gets Foony coin status. That one's going to be tough. Bomb collision, so it's client-sided. Oh god. That's going to take like a whole day. Foony skill cape. That's going to require artwork. I can't do that one yet. Level 99 skill cape. Yeah, I wonder how that got in here, in the suggestions. Curious how that happens. I need to do something. I don't know what it will look like. I don't know if that's just going to be like some kind of custom frame, or if it'll be some kind of like badge next to your name when you chat. I'm not sure. Also, howdy, Grosco. Not on the square you think you were. I think I know what's going on with this one. Took the suggestion? I sure did. I think this kind of goes along with being able to play with VIP players. So I don't know if I want to hold off on this until we implement the VIP system. Account age badges, achievements. That's a good idea too. Maybe make it VIP age as well. You have some kind of like cosmetic rewards based on how long you've been VIP for. You're just joking about that suggestion? Okay, we'll hold off on this one then. Years of service. I don't know what to call them right this second. How do you make reusable components? Well, the smaller your components, the more reusable they are. Default styles of components can react without using any libraries. I typically just have like a class name, and then I pass the class name in, and I'll use CLSX or something with whatever my current class name stuff is. So it doesn't matter to me how you pass in the class names, but it just kind of combines it for you, which works pretty well for me. Okay, we have to get add sounds, so that's going to be the next one for Foony. Hover over colors in Paint Shop to see a label of what the color is. Maybe we can do that now, actually. Because this one seems pretty easy. Okay, let's see. There's another suggestion here as well. Uno has a very swag game mode where 7 and 0 cards do stuff. I need to know what stuff those things do. I guess I can research it. How do you learn Node.js and Express? Simple. Make something with them and it really helps you learn. All the difference between the green and orange Dino. Oh, and Uno clone. Oh, the green and orange. What does that actually look like? So there's this accessibility feature in your DevTools that you can do, and then you can simulate what it's like to be colorblind. So for example, this is what Foony looks like to some people who are colorblind, apparently. I don't know exactly because I'm fortunate enough that I can see the different colors and stuff. Why don't I use Next.js or Nest? I don't use Next.js just because I don't. Wait, what happened here? I think it's just a bug. I need to refresh. It looks the same? Not to me, it doesn't. Wait, does it really? You can't see this when I do. Hold on. So if I go here, accessibility. Oh no, it went away. Why the heck did it go away? Oh, it didn't actually. Okay. Alright, August. Okay. Very funny. I get it now. Alright. You got me. I got. But I do want to use Next.js eventually. Flurp forced you to play Last Man Standing with draw until you have a card to play? Oh god. Retro, that's the kind of game mode I play when I just want to like AFK and earn XP on Foony. It reminds me a lot of doing something like on RuneScape where you click once and you just wait 5 minutes, like you're at Nightmare Zone or something. Do I support Dark Reader, Dark Mode, or Dark Reader supports websites? I don't know what Dark Reader is. Easy skill cape. It's harder for an iron character because you can't afford the gold. It's expensive. But it is easy. Oh yeah, I've used the heck out of splashing. You don some like iron armor or something and you equip like some van braces to lower your magic attack. And you just like splash on rats all day. It's great. Is all my JavaScript Node.js using TypeScript? Yes, it is. There's like 2 files that don't use TypeScript, and they're like individual files. My rule of thumb is that if you are importing any files, like you have more than a single file, or if you have more than about like 300 lines of code, switch to TypeScript because it's going to start saving your time. So definitely. The larger your project grows, the better it is to be on TypeScript because the auto completions that you get and the compile time guarantees and safety and stuff is well worth it. And you don't have to go crazy with your types. You don't need to learn all this infer crazy stuff or generic crazy stuff. It's there if you want it. Don't spend 2, 3, 4 hours trying to come up with some fancy type just because you think you can remove a single as any that doesn't even get returned. All your JavaScript files are also individual files? That's very nice, August. That is very nice. I guess they are. What I used to make Node.js use TypeScript? I can show you. This is on the server. Server package JSON. TSC. It stands for TypeScript. Super cool. But this'll compile your TypeScript. It doesn't actually stand for that. If you thought it did, I'm sorry, but no, it doesn't. But it is super cool. Okay, let's try this. Will it work? Oh, that is hard. I mean, it helps that in a game like Foonyflippers, it kind of tells you what's playable. So even though it becomes hard to see, okay, yeah, I mean, I thought these were the same color. Like, I really thought these two were the same. Man, the colors are so similar. Like, that's actually tough. My games are actually... Oh, thank you, Manchild. I appreciate that very much. Okay, what about a different one? Is Protanopia? Is this one okay? Making things work for colorblind is really hard. Pick a color or shape. Well, how do you know what colors you have? Like, it would help if maybe the backgrounds were slightly different. You know, if the background shapes were different based on the color, then I would be able to tell, I think, between some of these. Try Dinopia, at least. Everything looks distinct there, so no worries with the no blue. If I remove all color, that's just horrible. I'm not sure what you mean by that one, August. Let's see, one thing you started using recently is Storybook. I love Storybook. It is amazing. Yeah, not only that, but it also really helps with testing, because you can bundle it with something that will do comparisons of your images, And then if your images are changing between commits, then it can fail the build or something. So you get some nice testing there for CSS and stuff. A colorblind friendly deck. Yeah, this is confusing. This is very useful, actually. I'm doing pretty good, Grayson. I'm trying to figure out how I can make Funo, our newly renamed Foonyflippers, thank you to chat for picking the new name, how we can improve this so that people who are colorblind, specifically, I think the worst one might be Protanopia, no red. I think it might, no green might be okay. Actually, you know what, why am I doing this? Let's just go to 9009 so I can actually see what's going on. It's called Funo now, yep. If you voted, then you could, like, this is based on votes. You weren't here to vote. I'm so sorry, August. It was like overwhelming majority. Let me try to find it. I don't even remember where I stuck it. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it was like 1v9. It was like overwhelming majority. Foonyflippers is so nice. It is very nice. But people prefer Funo. And I kind of prefer Funo as well. Like, the reason with Foonyflippers is that when I would raid somebody, I would listen, because this is like the best time to get feedback because they have no experience with Foony. And so they would go to the site and then they'd be like, oh, Foonyflippers, is this like pinball or something? And they thought it was pinball. And it makes sense. The name sounds like a game for pinball. For Foonyflippers, nobody voted. Oh yeah, I know. It was 0 to 8. Because I had to put up like an initial one there. Nobody voted for Foonyflippers. Yeah, of course, Grayson. I hope things are going well for you. Good job, not great. Things will get better, Grayson. You just have to stick with it. I think this is the worst one right here. No green. Should definitely do an ad here, add everyone. Yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have like a site where people can do it and then I can ping there to get people to look at the site. Wait, why are the fonts weird? I feel like I messed up the fonts. Let me make sure that this is okay. I think I messed up the fonts. Let's see. Level 29? Yeah. Let's see. Is the fonts rendered? Let's just only do fonts. Okay, yeah, it is actually there. Maybe I just forgot what it looked like. Okay, it's fine, I guess. You were in a conference call with 300 people? Oh my god. That's like an all hands. Okay, I guess that's interesting. Okay, yeah, I don't know the best way to fix this. I think I need like a designer or something to change the color of one of these. So that maybe it's one of them's lighter or something, but still looks good. The problem, like, it's just not my specialty. But I was thinking maybe the orange could change in color. And if that happens, maybe it would be enough. I don't know. For my next project, I should make a meme curation page. Memes finally curated. That's on my list, actually. Believe it or not. Here, let me just go the better way of getting to this. So if we go to my idea page, this is my idea doc. This is where I keep all my ideas. And I keep it open. Everybody can look. Ideas are free. They're not worth anything. Execution matters. So if you want to take a look at any of the ideas I've had or anything I've written for any of them, or you want to just make something, go for it. It's free to everyone. Oh, you're replying to Grayson. Can I drag Twitch chat on screen so we can see if I can see the reply? I can, but I want to keep it very minimal. Right, if I open this up so that you can see my Twitch chat at all times, then it's just kind of, it fills up a lot of the screen. See above, it says replying to Grayson. Wait, hold on, where does it say this? Oh yeah, okay, I see that. Got it, got it. It's hard, I'm learning. Reading is hard. But yeah, Grayson, if you wanted to do something like this, you totally could. So there's this thing internally at Google, it's called MemeGen. This is kind of what it looks like. And I don't know of any websites that exist like this, but this would be pretty cool. And you could make a project like that. You know, you can post all your memes there, people can upvote them. This one you can actually like reply to the memes and have like messages and stuff. And you can view like the most popular, the most recent, etc. You can also create memes. So you'll get like a bunch of different templates that you can search through. And then you can specify the text at the top and the bottom. So sites like that are pretty cool. The deck back image still has Foonyflippers, and the category in the shop still says Foonyflippers deck. Okay, we can fix one of those immediately. Uno decks. There we go. And now with bubble timer, also change the default to 3 seconds. No period at the end of these get commits. What do I use for git diff? GitHub desktop, because it's simple. Okay, so now that's done. Let's see what else do we have here. Sounds. Time to do sounds. Now, I wonder if we can fix the back of the cards. Let me take a look. Let me see how hard it's gonna be. And then if it's easy enough, we'll do it. Otherwise, we'll just jump into the sounds. So I think it's gonna be under probably cards, right? Card underscore background. Oh, there it is. Oh, this will be easy enough, I think. I say easy enough, but actually I have no heckin' idea how to do this. Games, Foonyflippers. Oof, it's empty. Oh no. I think I have it. Okay, I think I have it somewhere. Let me just check my downloads real fast. Just gonna do this off screen so you can't see it. You like that it counts as a game? Yeah. It is, because you have account items, so I just treat it like a game. It's a game you can't play. It works fine. Foony game balloon. Foonyflippers draw stack max. Okay, I don't think I have the PSD. I'm sure I do. I'm sure I have it like somewhere on my computer, but I'm not sure where exactly. Okay. I'm gonna add this to the to-do list because I don't have it on hand. And let's do the sounds. Alright, so these are all of our sounds. Now I've got a document which explains how to go from this. I'm doing pretty well, Ishan. Welcome back. Making lots of progress today. We've done, like, combining tips. We've done lowering the countdown for Dinomight to 3 seconds by default. We added some other stuff. Lots of things. Here's a whole list of what we did. Eat whole things. Your last meeting for the day? Nice one. Man, everyone's doing meetings. I feel so left out. I have no meetings. And then we just go to audio, and then we go to, I think just one of these. I'm streaming. It's different. It's like a meeting with a whole bunch of people, but they're all wonderful. Kind of a meeting? I guess so. So now we're gonna open up Foobar 3000, which is a super great name, beyond all recognition. And then we do this, and we go right click, and we go convert, quick convert. And I believe I just do Opus, and I think it's 48 kbps is what I want. Luckily, I don't have to remember, because I wrote it down. Okay. Convert, quick convert, Opus, VBR at 48 kbps. I love it. I don't have to think, it's just done for me. I wrote it once, and I just reference, so I always make sure that I don't like mess it up or something. Now I think I just stick everything in here. Oh, there's a sound effects. Let's stick it under there. Oh, that's where I stick the waves. Got it. So we use this Opus format because look at the size difference. So here's the wave. It's 53 megabytes. Goodness gracious, that's huge. And now look at the Opus. It's less than 1. That's more than a 50x reduction in size. It's huge. Huge. All of this music, all of the sound for Foony, like for a single game, is like 1 megabyte. Maybe a little bit more. Is MP3 better? No, it's worse. It's better than Wave, I think. But it's not as good as Opus. If you have front-end, back-end experience, or it could also be Iron and I'm not sure what BE is. BE, Scientific Unit. Scientific or chemical symbol. Beryllium. Okay, so if you have Iron Beryllium experience, what should you learn to start simple game dev in browser? It's a very good question. Now, if you have front-end and back-end experience, let's see. What should you learn? So maybe Pixie.js if you want to do 2D. If you want to do 3D, then it's 3JS. And 3JS is really fantastic because you have React 3 Fiber, which works fantastically with React. And so imagine making a whole game and you're just doing React components the whole time, and then you just synchronize the state with the server, and you're good to go. This is pretty cool. I actually really want to use React 3 Fiber, and we'll use it for some of our future games. I honestly consider using React 3 Fiber for 2D games too, just because of how good it is. WebGL is good to learn as well. You don't really need WebGL if you're using React 3 Fiber. But I like personally for me, with front-end back-end experience, I'm not super amazing at the whole math thing. Math is hard. I like math, you know, but within limits, within reason. So I like to use something like Pixie.js or something like React 3 Fiber to really save me a lot of time. You could also go Phaser, but I would caution you against Phaser because, or if you go the Phaser route, just walk with caution. You'll come up across bugs when you're implementing games that you have to fix yourself because it's broken in Phaser. And then you'll update your Phaser and something somewhere will break and you won't know why, and then you'll find out that it's some bug in Phaser. I've encountered this multiple times. I've encountered bugs with the z-index ordering of things that are in containers in Phaser because it just doesn't sort. And I've encountered a bug in render textures or whatever on Paint Job, where I render it into a texture like you're painting, and I put that, like there were multiple bugs with that one. So just be careful. I think Pixie.js is going to be more vetted. It's going to have less bugs. And React 3 Fiber, same thing. Less bugs. So let's see, we've got audio, site. How does audio work for these other games? Oh, that's how I do it. Perfect. You should look into React 3 Fiber and Pixie.js first? I would. It depends what you want to do. If you want to do 2D, I'd look into Pixie.js. If you want to do 3D, I'd look into React 3 Fiber. Phaser, again, is a choice, but just be careful. There are some limitations with Phaser. It might make some of your life easier, You might also come across some weird bugs, which could be hard to debug. For Foony, I do use phaser for the rendering. I want to get off of phaser. I think it was a poor choice. But it's an okay choice, I guess. And Vampire Survivors was made in phaser. Don't know if you knew that one or not. Alright. Now we go when we add all the sounds. And this is where we do the music. Oh, look how simple that is. It's one line of code. Or, okay, 2 lines of code. But pretty simple to me. This is one thing that I would like to have better completion though, is that I have no guarantees. This is just a string. It would be nice to know that this does in fact exist. But oh well, it's close enough. Okay, so Dinomight now has music, and now I just have to go through and add all of the other stuff. Bubble count 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What does this like? That is a lot of... Okay. Alright, so that gets finished. Let's see, what is bomb explode 0, 1, 2, 3? Foony.com is down for you. What? That's impossible. It's definitely not down. It is definitely up. There's this one website you can use to check to see if it's actually down. And this here will tell you if it's actually down. Take a look at your DNS, make sure your DNS is working properly, because I suspect you might have an issue in your DNS. If it is a DNS issue, take a look at Cloudflare DNS. So just make sure that your DNS is configured nicely with 1111 or something. Google also has a really good DNS. And this will help make sure that you can actually resolve your domain names. I'd be great at tech support. Um, well, maybe. But I think I like doing what I do now.
You're my candle in a darkened house.
Oh man, there's so many of these things. Okay.
You say
I just have to go through and just implement them. Bomb explode. That could get loud. Imagine a game with 100 players and all of the bombs, you just hear everything going off constantly.
out through the window, we're away.
Okay, we'll just go through this one at a time here. Dinomight's player.
You're my candle in a darkened house. You say relax, I'll lead the way.
Animates a bubble around the player when their bubbled at timestamp changes.
Staircase in this darkened house. Out through the window, we're away. I've waited a lifetime, these night wings to fly. The lights of the city below. Too cold in the dark was my lonely goodbye. But now there's a new
Alright, this was pretty simple. We have a new path and we just compare it with the old path, and anytime the path changes, we do the thingamabobber. Pretty simple. Staring at F5 LTM logs. Soap. Oh. Wait, what? What is this? A soap? Rinse? I've never heard these terms before. I mean, I've heard of soap as like some other thing that we used to use before rest. But as a software engineer, as a developer, I don't want to be anywhere near soap. I'm kidding, I actually like soap. Soap then rinse. Oh man. Oh, you're totally good, Profits. Let's see. When did I have a day off? I have a day off every day. Every day's a day off. Okay, what I need is like play bubble sound.
in a darkened house.
Hmm. Oh, the code's actually what I thought it was. Cool. Okay. I had my eyes closed. I was trying to code like with my eyes closed. It's fun. It's also hard. Okay, play sound. Oh, play bubble sound. If a bug will appear later, you're probably gonna sneak in and put a bug in my code if I do that. I need to remain vigilant. I have the code with my eyes open. Wide open. I'll look like an owl. That will be me. That's my life. And now we just play the right sound. Simple as that. And there we go. Now I have bubble times, or bubble sounds, I think. Let's try it out. My font, JetBrains Mono. You know what? We can do that. We can add a Streamlabs font thing on my bobber. Doopy doopy doo. You know, I think I have a sound playing on every single bubble, not just the player's bubble. But you don't really care if it bubbles on other people. Only on you. Where was the Streamlabs thingy? I don't know. That's alright, we'll just open it up again. Doop-a-dee-doo. Oh, it might help if I turn the sound on. I hope this isn't too loud. This is cool. It reminds me of Banjo-Kazooie. This is gonna make Dinomight so much better. Song slaps? Heck yeah. Like, our music person is awesome. There'll be only one song for Dinomight. For now. Yeah. If we want more songs, we can change it up where it'll pick like a random song when you start the game. Could be pretty cool. I would like if we had different songs. It could even be an equipment. It could be like you start with one song and then if you want to change a song, you can pay money. Or we can just have it be free. Anywho, let's see. This is the person that we use for sounds, by the way. I think, well, not this one. Okay, not this, a different one. This person. I think. I'll give him a follow. He's on Discord, yep. Sure is. Okay, now we need more songs, or more sounds. So we got the bubble count, but the bubble count is playing for everybody. And we only want it to play if it is the current user. I probably have like an is self or something on here. Aha, perfect. That sounds crazy. No, it's a different one. Okay. He just happens to have the same name as the person from Slipknot, I think. I don't think he actually is in the band. Different Corey, different person. Okay, so that's all done. Now we need the bomb explode, bomb place enemy, and bomb place player. Which is probably going to be part of the plant dynamite map. Oh, why is it unhappy? Oh yeah. There we go. Now it's happy. And now we do the songs, or sounds. Okay, now we have to know if this is the user ID. Ooh. Wait a minute. So, remember that bug where people have invisible bombs? I think I figured it out. Wait, never mind. Jokes. How does that work? I was thinking that maybe it would come in here and then user ID to bombs placed and it would return false and maybe, just maybe. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hype you up. I thought I had it fixed, I thought it was this, but it's not. Have I tried replay for debugging? I have not heard of it actually. That sounds like it could be useful. It's like really hard to reproduce this particular bug. It's gonna be a really hard one. Hard to reproduce? Very hard to reproduce. Do I really use a 48-inch TV to code? Yep. Notice how, like, my webcam is way up there? That's because it's on top of the TV. So, yeah. It giggles. I feel like I'm really dense right now. But okay, Fist. It's hard to reproduce. How do I use it? The same way you'd use a monitor. It's just like 4 monitors duct taped together. Time travel debugging. Very fancy stuff. But how? I can kind of understand how it might work. It's a time machine. I see. So we finally have time machines. I knew it. One of these days was bound to happen. So here we play the sound for the player. And react, you bet. I love React, it's so good. You know what? I wonder if the way that an invisible bomb appears is because you place a bomb on the client that doesn't actually get created or something, or it gets created at a different time, but then the client thinks that it explodes with another bomb from the future, and then it hides that bomb even though the server doesn't think it exploded, and then... I don't know. Maybe that could do it. Am I a full stack developer? Yep. I do all sorts of stuff. Well, there's only one add game object. And there's only one place bomb. Well, let's just mess around with this and see what happens. So what I suspect will happen is anytime I place a bomb, it gets logged. Anytime somebody else places a bomb, it does not get logged. And I'm right. I made the Foony games. I did. Yep. All of them. Except for chess. I didn't initially make chess, but then I rewrote it, so I basically made that one too. Hi, Nex. How's it going? We're getting sounds. Lurk? Alright. Appreciate you being here, and appreciate the support. How long have I been doing web dev? Well, I've been doing it for about the last 2 years. And then before then, I did Java for 3.5 years-ish. And then before then, I did more web dev with PHP and Laravel and a little bit of Perl and Perl. Ugh. I still have like PTSD from Perl. And then before then, epic fail. Oh, come on. Before then, I did stuff in like more PHP, Laravel. Okay, it was a time. You know, like back a long time ago, people had a different style of clothes they wore. People had a different style of code they wrote. I'm getting more XP than others because I'm a very high level. So whenever I gain experience, I get more XP. You get XP the more games you play, and the more, like, so it kind of builds on it. If you want to get to a high level on Foony, you need to play different games, and you'll get more gold and you'll get more XP just by playing. Do I use any ways to monetize the game? So for example, I'll just end this here real fast. Ah, right. The bots are still alive. Okay. Ah, I didn't get any XP for that. Darn. Yeah, so this is slightly monetized. It's monetized by Twitch, and it's monetized a little bit by the shop in the store. Over here. Ta-da! There's a store, you can buy stuff. Please buy things. Yay! But there's some premium currency stuff you can get. I'm gonna cycle this out later. I don't know if I want to cycle it out where you can't get the old ones, and maybe just make this like, you know, every so often they just come back and reappear. I think I want to do that, but I need to spend time on this at some point. You need to see like the number of days left before it goes away. What are some top reasons I prefer IntelliJ over VS Code? It's really personal preference. Both of them are really solid developers, or editors. I like IntelliJ because I think it has a really good sane defaults. It's just what I'm used to and familiar with. It's what I used at Google. VS Code is fantastic because, you know, like VS Code, not IntelliJ, is fantastic because it's open source. You don't even need to like install it. There's a web browser version of it, and because it's more popular, there's more plugins for it, and that means there's a higher chance that if you go and try to help someone with code or something else, they'll be using VS Code, so you can just jump right in. You already know the shortcuts, so you're good to go. A little different if you're using IntelliJ, because it's used a little less often. But IntelliJ has a lot of really fantastic things that I really like out of it. You know, everything's configured just the way I want, with a debugger and all the good stuff. So I guess, I don't know, it's really personal preference here. Something else to keep in mind is that IntelliJ Ultimate is really for like serious developers, where you know that you're going to be using this thing every day, because it is expensive. VS Code is free. VSC Copilot really has been a dream come true. I don't know. I don't know if I would use that personally, but again, to each their own. Everybody has different preferences here. Do I see much difference between IntelliJ and WebStorm? Yeah, IntelliJ is better because it does more things. Like, it's a superset, so it can do everything that WebStorm can do, but then it can also do Java, it can also do, I think, Rust and some other stuff with it. If VS Code is open source, could add the features you like in it. Yeah, you could, but I have other things I want to work on. But yeah, you could. And over time, like VS Code might take the lead because it is open source and can be like so many people can contribute to it, so maybe it'll improve faster than something like IntelliJ. But that's just kind of speculation. Both have good things? Yeah, they're both good. I think competition is good, you know? Make sure that we have lots of really good editors and stuff. That there's a tutorial to learn things in it. I guess I should make a tutorial at some point. Here's something you probably didn't know. Did you know you can do Control-Shift-A to go to Actions? Which is kind of a subset of Double Shift. Also, Alt-J will give you multiple cursors, and then if you do like Alt-Shift-J, it'll undo the selection by one, and then if you do Control-Shift-Alt-J, it'll select all of them. I don't know if the Control-Shift-Alt-J is default. I might have modified that. You can do it all in Vim? You can, but I personally... I like Vim for a subset of things. Like, I think it's really fantastic whenever you're on the terminal or something. And it has been around for a very long time, so if you do learn it, you can kind of use it everywhere because there's like a plugin for it. So there are some good reasons to learn it, but there's also some things that I'm not a big fan of personally, like the giant like learning curve. And I like modifier keys like Control-Shift-Alt, it's just what I'm familiar with. So I prefer not doing that. Have I ever developed a Flash game? No, I haven't. I think you can still be extremely fast in IntelliJ. Why don't I use the Vim plugin? Because the hotkeys for me, for IntelliJ, I already know them very well, and I'm already very, very fast in them. I don't think I would be as fast if I switched to Vim. Okay, now I've got to figure out, like... We got place bomb, set game objects, it must be this one. Create map or game object tile, it must be that. So it comes through here. With the Vim plugin, I can still use my key bindings? I might have to try it at some point, but I'm also fine just not using it. Like, I'm not really limited by my speed. I know some people really, they enjoy them a lot. They get a lot out of, it's fun to type, I hear. You know, they enjoy that. For me personally, I don't know, I'm good. I'm good just using what I use now. So let's see if bomb or ghost bomb. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, and then it's incrementing. So here I need to know what the current play ID is. And I believe I can get current user. Ah, I see. So this is how I normally do it. The worst Twitter thread in existence? Oh no. Is this gonna be Vim versus Emacs or something? Sure. Also, well, time to hydrate. So I think JetBrains Fleet will be better than IntelliJ. Maybe eventually, someday. Oh, I saw this. I saw this. This class components thing. It's not nice. It's just not. Because let me show you what this looks like in a class component, or in a not class component. Let's see. Almost every programming language out there let const var ints. I see no problem with the way React does it. Like, what is your alternative? Are you going to use a proxy? A proxy is going to be slower. Proxies have some overhead to them. It's a function on a variable definition? Yeah. I mean, could React change the format so that it returns a proxy and then you just think of it like an object and you can change it or something? Probably. It's not gonna be faster though. There's nothing wrong with this. There's having to call all these functions always in the same order. Yeah, that's how hooks work. Yep. This person sounds like a Vue user. They can just stay away from React. What? This is crazy to me. This code contains a bug. Let's see. Use callback. So first of all, this use callback needs set count on it. And also this count here, why are they doing it that way? They should just use the previous value and do prev value plus 1. That way you don't have to rely on count. Otherwise you have to rely on count here. So the code is obviously broken here. I don't know. Oh goodness. Does it mean that the status quo can't be better? Yeah, the status quo for global state can definitely be better. Take a look at like the zoo stand, for example. Man, this person really is going off on the whole, like, a tangent. Goodness gracious. Something along these lines.
Just my kicks, they cost a stack. Run that.
I don't know. I like it better than the class component way. A lot simpler. If you disable extra bombs, what happens? Then you don't get power-ups. So, if you disable it, no power-ups for you. Immutable versus proxy, which one's better? Define better. Proxy is just gonna... Like, they do different things. And immutable, define immutable. Because if you mean like the read-only in TypeScript, it's not really read-only. If you're talking about immutable, there's like multiple ways it can be implemented. One of those involves a proxy, I think. You found a bug? Oh, wait, what's the bug? Okay. Disable extra bombs. That's a bug. Alright, let's see. Power up extra bombs count is null. Really, it's null. I wouldn't have expected it to be null. I would have expected it to say 0. Huh. Okay. I think I can fix it pretty easy. I bet this is why. It probably needs to be value 0. Let me try that. Still not. I might need an options rewrite on this. You want to learn TypeScript, you learn some basics, better resources, tips to get good. If you want to get good really fast, TypeScript challenges are a fantastic way to get better. This is how I learned about inference, it's how I learned about getting better at generics, it's how I learned about how to use functions inside of the type system. I learned about variables, I learned about how to use like the weird backtick string stuff. I learned so much just from doing these challenges. I haven't even finished them. I'm still doing like the hard ones. And another really great resource is Matt Pocock, who's really good at TypeScript, and he has like this advanced TypeScript workshop and some other stuff you can take a look at. So this is also a good resource. Okay, let's see. I could just allow undefined. Foster check freebie, yeah. The TypeScript handbook. Oh, just like, yeah, this is also a really great resource. But this only gets you so far. This helps you with the basics. But I think if you're trying to do like the really advanced stuff, sometimes it's just not really documented here. But yeah, it's still good. Good to know. Heck, there's stuff I can learn here too. I didn't even know there were namespaces. Your menu bug? I did. Yeah, I knew about that one. I was just trying to hide it. You know, trying to hide it and hope that nobody saw it, and then you saw it. Ah. How could you? How could you see it? Hiding bugs. Yeah, I'm just trying to hide them, you know, under the rug or something. Hope nobody sees them. I think what I want is for the autocomplete, if it's set to null, I want it to default value. No, I don't want it to default value. I want it to minimum value? No, I don't want it minimum value either. And the problem is they're not always numbers, they could be strings. Or is that ever actually true? I think it's true. Yeah, it's gotta be true because I know that in some games like Foonyflippers, on the release, wait, I thought Foony was already released. It's not released yet? This is news to me. Yeah, this definitely is. So why does it... Like, this is what I want to happen, and I want this to work. But it doesn't. What if I disable round time? Does that work? Okay. I think that worked. And if I do this, it doesn't work. Because it gets set to null. Why does that get set to null? So it's an autocomplete thing. Round time and bubble time work well. That's because they're allowed to be undefined or null. But then the others are not allowed to be undefined or null. So let's just log some of the stuff that's actually going on. Try to figure this out. Okay. I think I know what's happening. So it comes through here 2 times. So I set it to disabled. First one goes through. I think it's okay. And then the second one comes through immediately after and then takes it out. And I think that's what's going on. So let's see, new value, it comes in. Well, first it's an object and then it's a value. where the value is disabled. So first we've got input value, which is and then I think it's coming through here, so then it's setting it to filtered value. So the label is whatever the filtered value is, so the label should be 0. And then the value, that's weird. But there we go. And that's what's happening. So the first time it comes through, it sets the label to 0, or the value to 0, the label to disabled, and then it goes through a second time with an autocomplete for some reason, which triggers when it stops being active. And it goes new value string. Okay, so I need to check to see if the value is a string. I need to see if there's a replacement for it, and if there is, I need to set it the same way. Okay. I guess I'll just call this I'm really out of names. I don't know what to call it. We'll just call it this. So if it's provided, instead of options, I really need like a mapping of options to something else. So let's see. Options is default options. That gets passed into autocomplete options, which I'm guessing is probably returning it as a map of some sort. Ah, no, it's just returning it as a list. Oof. The problem with returning it as a list is because if I am to change the value, now I have to iterate over an entire list looking for a particular key. So if that autocomplete list is really large, performance just tanks and is awful. We also have current value. Maybe that's something we can use. %100% we can use it. Okay, so if the new value is equal to the label of the current value, do nothing. It worked. Congrats, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, heck yeah, we got it working. Okay, now I want to know something else as well, which is there's this bug that's been bothering me for a very long time. And it's this bug right here. If I move to something else like this, and I click away, then it triggers this autocomplete and it changes the value on me. And I don't actually want that to happen. If I click outside of the box, my expectation is that it would just do nothing. Not that it would set it to 8. That's weird.
You are hiding in your skin, it's your armor, it's your sin. You are cold and I am into it. I can't get enough of sleep, it's as bad as it can be. Cross the border of reality. And I'm falling in too deep into lunacy.
So, okay. On change. The problem is that it triggers an on change. Maybe what I can do is I can log the events, and maybe I can track the kind of event, and it'll be like a specific event. Types of params, new value and value are incompatible. Okay. Because it could be a list. Oh, that's verbose. thing is, I know that it's not going to be a list, so I'm just going to undo that part. 3 below, howdy, how's it going? Welcome. So what is the event for this thing? Event is just object, that's a bit odd. Get options, render option. Alright, what we're gonna do... I think this will be good enough. Howdy, Yumio. So every time I click on something, it'll trigger some kind of an event, and it should tell me what the event actually is. So I have an on click. Okay, what if I do this? On blur. That's what it is, it's on blur. All we have to do is check to see if it's on blur, and I think problem solved. On blur meaning that it's losing focus. If it's this easy, I'll be so happy. I think there might be one more trick to this, though. Because what happens... Let's say I type 420, okay? So I've entered the value 420, but I haven't confirmed that it's 420. Do I want to collaborate on a project? You can shoot me a DM and I'll get back to you on that. I'm always open to collaboration and stuff. Just depends on the project really, and if it's something that interests me. So here's the problem, if I do this, it's still going to be an on blur. So what is the difference between that on blur and this kind of on... Oh, whoops, not that one. This kind of on blur. My guess is that there's no difference. The only difference is that I need to keep track if the player or if the user has typed something. Because I think then the expectation is it's whatever the user typed. Luckily, that's relatively simple to do. Your ears perked up with on blur? Yeah. This is one of the bugs in, or I consider it a usability bug because it does unexpected behavior. But I have a solution. We use the same handler with on blur. Oh, that's painful. Luckily, wait. It doesn't, okay, well, I'm hoping that this is handled the same in all browsers. I guess I need to test on Chrome as well and make sure that it's all the same. A comment Brian Holt made on his course in Front-End Masters? Guess we'll see. So, I believe it's handled the same way in Chrome. Let's just verify. It was relatively quick to verify this. So step 1. Make sure this is still an on blur and everything. Yep. Blur. Wait, was it like that on yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Everything there's the same, perfect. And I would do like 420, click away. Should also be blur. And it is. Does an interactive code teaching platform intrigue me? It could, I don't know. Just send me a DM or something. But I have so many ideas and projects that I want to work on as well. So it's really up to chat. My goal for the next like 2 years is to focus on what it is that chat wants me to do and what they want built. And I just want to do that. My Java MMO first. Oh, did you see that? You saw my Java MMO? Yeah, this is like real old. Wait, did you know about, like, because I actually made a Java MMO. I just didn't actually implement it. Or implement, like, much in it. This was ancient. Java, yeah, Java. Way, way back in the day. 10 years ago. See, I told you I had been doing this for like a long time. Look at this. 10 years ago. My goodness. It's like a full-on, like, these commits are awful. They're atrocious. They're huge. See, okay, look at the name. Super duper mega commit. It changes everything. So you can like, I've improved a little bit as a developer since then. But you can see even 10 years ago I was still commenting stuff. And this involved all sorts of stuff. I had to build like my own networking stack for this and all sorts of stuff. Like I had to use state machines and stuff for animations, and I built my own UI. You can't imagine a PR review for that big commit. Luckily, I was the one who wrote the vast majority of the code for this as well, so I didn't need anyone to review the code because it was just me. But yeah, it was a lot of code and it was very verbose. As it was, you know, it was Java, you can imagine how verbose it was. And then it was like me trying, like, commenting on a guard just because it's a guard. Why? It doesn't need a comment. It's obviously a guard statement or something. Or, you know. Dare me to build it and publish a release on GitHub? I could. I could. Like, look at this. I even had opcodes and stuff. This is what I learned from reverse engineering games and things. So I learned, like, how packets were handled in those games. And then I just built my own networking stack, which used a network that was similar to what I had reverse engineered, or what I was familiar with. Where you've got, like, this opcode, and then you've got, like, the data for that, and oh my god, there was so much to this. I spent a long time on it. I really did. But you can imagine, this probably was not the best way to do things. Git add dot? I was not that fancy, James. I did not use git add dot. I guarantee you I used a GUI for my git because I didn't know about git add dot. I know about it now. I still don't use it though. Well, not often anyways. Get add dash P. I'm not sure what that one does. You've yet to use a get GUI? Really? That's like the exact opposite of me. Learn the hard way. At least you know it. Okay, so now I need to know when a user types. That's what I thought. So there should be something here which is setting value. Because how else would it work? I wonder if there's something else on here. I've got to be able to listen for it, you know? On input. Maybe this is it? Maybe it's input change. What else do we have? Oh goodness, there's like a bazillion of these things. I know get push and get pull. That's all I really care about. Wait a minute, Tailwind has multi-line truncation? You know how hard truncating is? Like, it's annoyingly hard. Oh, right. Because it only works on Chrome, which is why it's annoyingly hard. So I'm guessing then if I take this and I go to Chrome, it will work. But it doesn't work on Firefox because blah. Or not? Wait, what? I thought... Oh, right, yeah, I need it, like, actually rendered. Yeah, just a code example. Look at class line stamp 3. I'm so curious how this works. Oh, this is okay, so this is how it works. Overflow hidden display WebKit box. I thought this only worked on Chrome or something. I could be wrong. Oh right, yeah, because Google, if you include it with like a dash at the beginning, it means like not include that in search. Maybe it does work in Firefox. It does work. I didn't think it would work, but it works. Cool. Alright. That's very nice. I like it. widely supported. I don't know why I thought it didn't work. I'm not sure. I wonder if I use it. Just line. Yeah, I saw. You have to use the prefix. Okay, so I want to know if this actually works, and the way to tell is to do this. Do. On input and on input change.
Hand out, she holds. It's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke. That's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow. We can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure.
Okay, that's weird. Hold on, did I make it work? Without this? Let's see. Because I might have accidentally overridden it or something. Or not. See, that's busted. Because what I want to do is I want it to select the autocomplete, like the actual one, once it gets filtered. I think what's happening is this. Or not. Okay, so the autocomplete comes through. Current value, new value, obviously different.
How far would you go with me? Catch a flight, land under the palm trees. If you could go anywhere, would it be right here with me?
So it comes through here. It's got, let's see. Type of new value. New value is a string. So it comes through here. Sets it to whatever the filtered value is. Or it uses a filter, which is the not 0 to 9 dash. And sets the value. How's the current value work? So it sets it based on value. Otherwise get value from options. Yeah, I don't understand how that works. Am I using MUI or Chakra? I'm using MUI. Typography plugin. Ooh. Oh, nice. You can use the prose classes to add sensible typography styles to any vanilla HTML. This is cool. Wow. That's really nice. Yeah, I'm gonna use this 100%. Like, that's just great. Yeah, it looks amazing too. Like, this looks really good. This is such a good, like, default. I feel like I'm reading some kind of, blog or something. Looks really good. Okay, let's see what happens if I do this. So it gets to render autocomplete. That's really weird. I don't know what happened, but somehow I just broke it horribly. Because I don't think it normally does that. I think normally it, like, it understands. Or not. Yeah, so at least it does that. Or it clamps it. But somehow it's going in like 100 and then 12 and then 120 and then 4340. So what the heck is going on there? So it renders 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's rendering the 120, the 4th. Okay. It understands the value is 12, but it's not showing 12. This is one of those things that I think would be easier if I implemented it myself. No, actually implementing it yourself would be really hard too. Problem is it just does so much. I think input value. I kind of want something like this. Where I set it to whatever the label is. Except now you can't actually delete anything. Now it's like a hard capped, like it's just fixed to whatever. Which is okay, because then I can do this. Now I just have to log it. Okay, so we have an object which has a target, a current target, whatever. Target, and then somewhere in here it's gonna have the value that I want, which is, I think, text or something. Oh, where is it? There it is, default value. Is there anything stopping me from installing Tailwind on Foony and using it in conjunction with MUI? Complexity. It would add complexity, so that wouldn't really be much of a perfect. That's just true. It wouldn't be much of a perfect. I think I'm just too far into MUI right now to really change it up. Maybe once I really learn Tailwind, I can think about replacing it. Like, using it in Foony and stuff. Oh, there we go. Value. That's what I want. Tailwind is better in my opinion. I mean, it depends. It, like, defined better. So, Tailwind is going to give you a smaller CSS, so you can probably expect it to be more performant, but you might need to do a little bit more work on your own because Tailwind is like a CSS framework, whereas MUI gives you components and, like, it says to do things a certain way, and it's very different. It's not really a CSS framework, it's more of just like a component library or whatever. So with Tailwind, you're going to be implementing your own components, but you can use something with like Tailwind UI, which gets you pretty close, though you're still going to be implementing a lot of things, kind of, but that can be okay. So if you're working on like a larger project, Tailwind starts pulling ahead, I think. If you're working on something small, then Material UI might get you really far, but it's going to be hard to really tailor and customize to your liking, whereas Tailwind UI is more like you've got design systems and stuff. I mean, the Tailwind package was worth it. Was it worth it? Define what you mean by Tailwind package. So Tailwind, the CSS thing, is different from Tailwind UI. Tailwind UI is just like, here you go, here are some nice designs and stuff. And it also depends how much value you're getting out of it. Are you going to use it for some small project that's just like a throwaway thing? Or are you going to try to like really make a lot of money out of it? Like, for me, I bought Tailwind UI because I'm going to use it a lot. I will get my money back. So for me, it was a no-brainer, but this is different from somebody who is just starting out programming and doesn't really know what it is they want to do. You got your first dev role today. Big congrats. Congratulations, Craft Code. Take care, Graham. I appreciate it. Thanks for being around here. Okay, so we don't want to just set the input value to this. What we want to do is we want to filter the value first. Excellent short by Theo. Okay, let's take a look. And how short is short? Oh, it's pretty short. Okay.
I am pretty well known for my love of Tailwind. What I don't think I'm known for as much is my history with other UI framework. When I started doing web development, the go-to solution was Bootstrap. So we're going to make quick
Yeah,
Venn
same.
diagram. So
Bootstrap
what
for me
are
too.
the types of component libraries? I think it's very important to recognize where the tools you're looking at, using, and comparing fall on a chart like this. The thing that I keep having come up that has been increasingly frustrating to me is Material UI. And people keep asking me, why am I using Tailwind and not using MUI? Or why would I use Tailwind when it's
Oh, yeah.
basically just Bootstrap when I could use MUI instead? Do you see
think
why
I've
I
seen
get
this.
confused when people say Tailwind is like Bootstrap, so you should use my UI instead? Do you see why this line of questioning annoys me? It does not make any sense at all. I picked Tailwind because I want to do some CSS. I want to have a style system that I own. I want to build my own style system using Tailwind. Bootstrap is a style system itself. I am pretty well known for my love of Tailwind.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Like, they're different. Bootstrap is definitely different. Yeah. Bootstrap is like, oh yeah, you know, we've got the Bootstrap grid system and all this other stuff. You hated CSS before Tailwind? It does make it nice. That explains exactly why you went with Tailwind over MUI, because you want to build a lot of your own stuff. Yeah, I mean, you can do really great, wonderful things with it. Whereas with MUI, I basically had to rip out a lot of stuff. It was like, okay, great, here's your giant thing with all sorts of bells and whistles, and then I go through, I'm like, okay, great, yeah, I want this component, this one, so I'm just gonna make all of these, and then the style's not quite what I want, so let's just get rid of all that, replace it with my own stuff. So it's like, it would have been easier at this point, probably, just to use Tailwind from the start. But I didn't know better. I didn't know any better. Okay, so now that sets the input value. Alright, so that gets us pretty far. Now I need to know if this is only whenever I make an input, or if there are other times this happens too. Alright, it's getting there. It's getting a lot farther, but I need it to actually fix the value. So whenever this actually goes through and sets values, I need it to update the input value as well. Actually, I think I want it to be the name. Oh wait, no, I don't want it to be name. What do I want this to be? think I want it to be this. My voice is feeling good. My voice is feeling kind of okay. I mean, I can probably handle one more day before I have to take a day break before my voice, like, goes out. Oof, it doesn't quite work, did it? Oh yeah, it doesn't work because it doesn't, like, clamp the value. So how does this even work? I think the settings autocompletes passes like some kind of rollback mechanism, which then clamps the value. The problem, yeah, here it is. On change, clamp it, pass the value in there. Still fixing that bug? Yeah, pretty much. Hand cam? Really? I guess I could do that. We could maybe do something like that. We'll see. Have you ever heard of Bootstrap build? I've done some stuff like that before. Just instead of while I'm doing the ASMR stream. I guess I could. Yeah, I could maybe do that. Just have to be careful not to enter any passwords. I guess it doesn't really matter too much because you're gonna have no idea what it is I'm typing. Even if you look at the keyboard, you still won't know. So this updates that. So what if instead... That's what... Okay, so it comes through here with default autocomplete. So this is only for numbers. And where it sets the value. Okay. The thing is, it's updating the value. So what if when the value comes through, this is prop value. What if I have a use effect where when the prop value changes, I set the value of this user input to whatever it is? I think that might work. Is it nasty? Yeah. Does it work? No clue. Get a custom keyboard with custom button alignment? I mean, it's already like, you know, I type and you have no idea. Oh, because it's supposed to be a string. There we go. I guess that kind of works. The only thing that doesn't work there is the key for this. So how does that work? Well, alright. I want to see what happens if I do this anyways. It was worth a shot. What I could do is have it return the value. If I do that, then I can use the return value to update the set input value. When I'm programming, I'm trying to fix this part of Foony. So I've been building Foony for the last 2 years, and there's a bunch of games you can play with a whole bunch of people. But currently, there's a few things that are weird with this. One is that if I select one of these and then it's like just selected here, and I do the on blur, it updates, which is weird. The other weird thing is that if I do this and I... Okay, well... Yeah, like that. It doesn't... There's a couple weird things where it'll... Okay, great, you know, I've got 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 max players, but I don't actually. It's not real. The max is actually 100. It just seems like it can, like it's that, but it's not actually, and that's kind of a bug. And if you select it down here, it updates, but if you don't select it, it doesn't update. So it's really weird. iPhone 14. Oh goodness. You missed the Apple events. Oh no. Let's see, handle change, is that required? It looks like it is required. I'll just make this return a string. I'm sorry, August. When was the Apple event anyways? No, it seems like it's still going on. You can probably still catch it. Far-out event. Yeah, these are usually pretty cool to like watch. Howdy, Ivan. I used to be big on Apple, but I don't know. It was just for a little bit. I got frustrated by like the locked-in environment. I wanted more customization. Oh yeah, I'm on Foony.com. No wonder it doesn't work. Oh, because it can be a number. The same defaults? The thing with Apple, for me, I think the main reason I don't use it is just because of, like, the keyboard. It's weird. That and the dongles. I don't like the dongles, so that kind of pushed me away from Apple for the laptop. And then, for the keyboard, I didn't like the weird, like, command key. It was different from Linux and Windows, and I just couldn't get over it. Chess config. Oh no. Chess config, paint job, word notes. Oh, right, yeah, because we took this number filter and we took all this stuff and then we replaced it all with like the new way of doing things. Which is as a settings autocompletes. Let's see, a page where I can see the whole router. Oh, is it my like routes? This thing? No, not this. Probably not this either. You're just learning Java, my code looks nice? Well, thank you. This also isn't Java, but it's close enough. If you're learning Java, wait, hold on. Are you learning Java or JavaScript? Because maybe you're learning JavaScript. Yay, duplicate code. I have to fix this sometime. Okay, so I think it works now. Oh, kind of. Except now it's Nan. Yeah, okay, so now it's busted horribly. Text replace all is not a function. Default autocomplete. Wait, what? Text replace all is not a function. How does any of this work then? How does any of this work? Your JavaScript Node.js dev, do I really need to learn TypeScript? Yes. If you're doing more than one line, like one file, I strongly recommend you learn TypeScript because it will save you a lot of time, especially like even as a beginner, because you're not going to know all of the different methods that are available to you for all the different stuff, and like you're not going to have that nice auto completion. So TypeScript is really, really good. It's not just for the compile time safety. What languages do I speak? I speak TypeScript, I speak Java, I speak Python a little bit, I speak English fairly well. A tiny bit of Japanese, not really much, just a tiny bit. There's an Android app you want to run on an emulator such as BlueStacks, but it has emulator detection. What else can you do? You could not run it on an emulator. I'm not really gonna help you circumvent stuff like that just because it's kind of gray hat slash black hat, and it's not really something I want to do. Okay, the only thing is that this must then not be a string. Let's start talking on Java. Public static void main string args. It's like, you know, the square bracket args or whatever. Oh god, it's been so long. I think it's like system.out.println some string. God, it's so verbose. All you want to do is watch the video on your computer monitor because it's big. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Rue. It would take me a while to figure it out. Actually, no. You know what? I have an idea for you. If all you want to do is watch it so that it's big, are you running Linux or are you running like Windows or a Mac? Because there's a tool called Skircopy, and it would be really, really good for what you want. What you do is you run it on your phone, but then Skircopy will let you actually mess around on your phone on your computer. You can use like your mouse and your keyboard. So if you have Whizzle 2 installed, then Skirkapy is somewhat simple-ish to set up. And thank you for the 3 bits, I appreciate it a lot. There's 2 steps to it that are kind of tricky once you get ADB and everything. Another thing is if you have a Samsung or something, there's a Samsung, I forget what it's called exactly, but it's basically similar to Skirkapy. Samsung Dex. This right here will let you take your, you can like mess around with your phone on your computer this way. So this is going to be the easiest way for you. A harder way is Skirkapy. Because this one, you're going to get this ADB stuff. It's like, oh, it's not connected. Because you have to do this weird ADB connect thing, and you've got to start it up this way. And now it's hooked up, and now you can Skirkapy, but you might also have to do something with your IP thingamabobber to get it to work. And look, now I've got my phone. Like, I can actually change it and everything here, but hold on, let me move it over here real fast. So you don't see my stuff too much. There we go. Great stuff, see? Oh, look at that. Then I can just make changes to it. You do Skirkapy if you don't have a Samsung? Yeah. If you have an Android device, Skirkapy is still going to work for you. If you don't have an Android device and you have an iPhone, then get a Mac. Part of also why I don't use an iPhone is just because the support outside of Apple, the environment, like if I want to use a Windows device and I want to use an iPhone, I can't really debug my iPhone. I can't debug on it. It's so hard to work with. I bought an Android because I couldn't mess around with my iPhone. I had to use it on a Mac. And I didn't want to. Like a Huawei or something? Does Skirkapy work for it? Yeah, it should work for it. Do I work at a company? Not anymore. I used to work at Google. I can't really imagine going back to a regular 9-to-5 job. I love working, I love coding, I love to do stuff like this, but I don't like the limitations imposed on me of 9-to-5 with like a bunch of meetings and a bunch of like strict hours, you know? I don't want butt in seat hours. So if I do this, it becomes man. Why do so many software engineers choose Macs over Windows? Because Terminal in Mac is better than Windows. For Windows, it's only decent because you've got like Whizzle 2 now, which is basically you're just using Linux at that point. So a lot of things for programming, you're really just gonna go Mac or Linux. And Mac is good enough, so it's just like, it's almost just a flavor of Linux, except it's more like a flavor of Unix, but you know, that's kind of certain details and stuff. Okay, this is tough. So what happens then currently if I do this? Okay, so currently it breaks horribly. Great. It's actually very useful. And then it becomes Nan.
Every time they see through my disguise, fight or flight. Every bullet wound is paradise. I need a distraction, we collide. So why don't you come home with me tonight? Put you in the backseat, my ride or die. For every hello.
So let's see, if it's not a number, oh. I guess I could do something with positive and negative infinity as well. But we'll just do this. Hopefully that's good enough. Does it work? Yay, it works! What's the dumbest thing I ever did? Oh. I've done some pretty dumb things. Like there was this one time, I was washing a car, and then I wound up in the hospital because I was washing the car, and that's dangerous. Now, you might think, washing a car, that's not dangerous. I was washing the car, okay? I'm clumsy. It was dangerous. So I was washing it, and then I got up on like the hood or whatever, and I was like, and then anyways, long story short, wound up in the hospital, had a whole bunch of stitches. Yeah, that was fun. I was young, okay. I wouldn't do that nowadays. I don't have a car. So I would say that was pretty dumb. Me doing anything except being on a computer is dangerous? Yeah, this is why I'm on a computer all the time. Okay, we're almost there. So now we just have to make it so that if you input something, it stays. And then if you don't input something, it doesn't stay. I think that's all. Now I may want to make it so that it doesn't do a filter here though. Like what happens if I just do text? Is that okay? I think it works. I think it's happy with me. Okay, we're so close, we're so close. I just hope this works in every case. I hope I don't break something horribly. What about disable? Oh god. I broke it. I broke it bad. Can't access property target. Input event is null. Okay. That's cool. So much red. Yep, it's a sea of red. How valuable of an asset is data collection from Foony? It's probably valuable. I just throw it on the floor. I don't collect data. I collect very, very little. Like, do I log events? Yeah, I log events. Do I do anything with those events? Nope. Do I make any money off of data I collect? Nope. Do I sell any data I collect? Nope. Alright, let's see. Did we oh god. Okay. It's so close. I actually received some emails now because they took one of the @foony.com emails and they signed me up to some spam with it. That was fun. And now I'm gonna get more spam for saying this message. Okay. That's fun. Alright. So what's happening here exactly? I click on disabled, and then a whole bazillion, gazillion, bazillion things happen. So it gets input change 0, on input change, autocomplete, render, 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 render. It's a billion things render. On input change, input change. Is it really safe for everyone to see my code? Nope, not at all. Not safe. For many reasons, right? I can dox myself, I can reveal one of my tokens or something, I can reveal an API key. There's a lot of ways I can shoot myself in the foot, though it's fun and exciting. Alright, so any time it calls new value. This hates to turn off stream. No. No, we live with the risk. Come on. As long as I'm not clumsy, everything's fine. Set input value 0. Aha. I see. The input value gets set to 0. And then new value else. And then this, okay, it gets cleared. Okay. New value else. New value else, okay. Problem is it gets clamped. So what does it get clamped to? Said 5 seconds ago I'm clumsy? Yeah, that's part of the fun. You should see just how clumsy I am. I am very clumsy. Just a matter of time. Yes, this is what everyone is waiting for. This is why everybody tunes in. Living on a knife's edge. We're gonna improve it. We're gonna improve it with duct tape and bubblegum. While also not walking outside. This is one of the most dangerous things I can do inside. Sometimes I impress even myself. Okay. So we get new value else, new value empty string. So then if it is empty string and is the same as the value, then I set it to, does it, okay. What if I log new value? I'm perfect. Okay, so if the new value is equal to the handle change thingamabobber, then we're good, I hope, I think. But why does it say empty string and not just like the empty string? Oh, okay, that's fine. Alright, I think this works. This is good. Okay. So if new input value is equal to new value, I think? It's one of these, yep, okay. So if this is the case, and then we set it, okay. So if it is that, then new value dot label else. New input value. Let's try it out.
I wish you couldn't hear me like the cigarette you gave me that night in December. Got cold and was frozen. You wrapped your arms around me. I know you remember.
That's weird.
We've been on that all
Okay.
night, and I think we can go for weeks. No time.
There we go. That works.
No complications, but do you feel like I do?
This is a nasty part of the code. Hopefully I get it right and I can just pretend it doesn't exist and just close my ears and go la la la. It was so close. It was so close. I almost had it right. It doesn't know it's disabled, it thinks it's something else, but it's actually disabled. So, okay, let me just try this then. Does it actually work? Did it actually pick up the config? If so, then I'll bubble myself and I'll immediately go kabloom. Oh, I got immediately kabloomed. Okay. So it works, it just doesn't know that it works. Great. I want to rewrite this mess. I really do. Man, it's really tricky though. Let me just verify that this currently works and that this is a regression, because I think it is. Oh, it's not a regression. This is just the way it currently works. Okay. So it's not terrible. I mean, it's terrible, but it's not as terrible as I thought. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about it. We'll worry about it later on. I guess I could change it so that this has like a value to label or something, and then the value 0 would just be mapped to disabled, and so it would show as disabled. Exactly, James. It always worked that way, so no need to fix it. Until someone complains that it's a bug, please don't. It's working as intended, okay? Is it weird? No, it's not weird. It's totally good. Totally wonderful. Okay, fine. I'll change it just a teeny tiny bit. Okay. Okay, alright, fine. It's a feature? I want it to be a feature. I could do something really super duper hacky here, where the label is like the very first thing. And maybe I just... the cat from the meme hiding stuff? I'm not hiding anything. You saw nothing. Everything is fine. Oh god, it's so gross looking though if I do it this way. Oh man. This is nasty. This is the nastiest code I've written in years. Have I set up rate limiting on my APIs? Yep. Comes with Kubernetes. I do not trust the client. The client is evil and horrible and evil. And that's a whole lot of evil for one client. Oh man, it was so close. Okay. Nasty code I wrote was 1 month ago. I always write nasty code. This is what I do. Okay, so the prompt value then is exactly what I thought. And we have disableds right there. Right here. Where the label is disabled, the value is blah. This one's beyond nasty? Okay, fine. Yes, this one's beyond nasty. Alright. So, okay, one of these is gonna be round time. So we have round time, 0, some object, and then another object that's nasty gross. I just want it to be the first object. That's all I want. I just want it to be the first one. Why is the second one 0, 0, 0? I think it must be coming from get value from options. I guarantee you this is what's going on. Alright, we save it. Delete that. Open this back up. Boom, right there. Okay. Round time. 0, 0, 0. Followed by 0. That's it. That's what's going on.
The days have been brighter. I felt less alone. But I am a fighter, so I am never letting go.
Option doesn't exist, so create it. So it iterates over all of the options that are passed in, and then it's like, ah, it doesn't exist. I must create it. But it didn't actually need to. So I. Wait a minute. Is this just like busted? It's like it's not actually setting the value. I get the feeling it's not actually setting the value. The chess AI is crazy. I know, I'm sorry. I don't mean to make it so hard. Just back from the game? Well, welcome back. I'm trying to improve this really tricky part of the code. The reason it's so tricky is because it's got like a drop down with labels where you can type in a different one and then it can like, you can set it and you can clear it. And all of these things make it really tough and really hard. And clearing it doesn't make a lot of sense either. Like, that's weird. I think if you clear it, it should just go back to whatever the default is. Or, can I disable the clear? Because maybe that doesn't make sense. That's weird. Type null is not assignable. I'm guessing this can be null then. Okay. You didn't know how to castle in chess? Full-time game dev? Yep. I guess so. I'm a full-time Twitch streamer now, I guess. I don't know. Who knows? Okay, so current value can't be nullable. I guess I'll just set it to that. Maybe it's happy now? Who knows? Basically. Alright, there we go. Now there's no more clear. There's one less thing to worry about. I'm a programmer. Basically, I'm a programmer who is willing to do whatever you want me to do. Well, related to programming. And it has to be majority, okay? Majority vote. I really need to clarify these things. I'm gonna get myself into a terrible situation. Alright, so that sets the config. Okay. So, okay, so it did get set to 20 millis, or 20 seconds. So then why, when I refresh, does it not understand that it's actually 20 millis? Okay, see that? It thinks like the defaults are different. Okay, what if I set this one? Does this one at least work? What? Oh my god, it's just so busted. You forgot how to make this work in shell with dash u? What, set dash ux or EUX or whatever? I'm not familiar with dash u, unfortunately. Okay. Yeah, something weird is going on, where it's not remembering what the settings are. What if I do this? We'll make a game where it's like 45-ish. So everything there is still fine, and if I refresh, still fine. If I save it, definite regression. Okay, so render autocomplete, last one was 45, and then somehow it's getting back to 90. But why? Hi David, I'm doing pretty well. Struggling with getting this autocomplete to I might just say, okay, we'll just leave it as is, but I really do want to fix this. Or maybe it would be easier just to rewrite the way this works. Is it morning or night for me? It is afternoon. Then I just pulled a 360 no scope. Oof. Yeah, so it's using stockfish, and then I add randomness, and I make the bot worse for lower difficulties, but it's still quite hard. I want to make it easier. I want to give it like different personalities. So let's see, so I set it to 45, I save, I clear, I refresh. Yesterday I had something to do, unfortunately, so I had to end it at noon. I was gonna do it like a longer stream because Primogen rated me, and I thought that was like really cool and very generous of him, but unfortunately I wasn't able to. Because I needed to get my hat, you know? It was important. Round time in seconds. Round time in seconds. So it comes through the first time, where it sets it to 90. Prob value round time in seconds. But then like it comes through shortly after, like it knows it needs to be 45. And then it says render autocomplete 90 with label and value. Or current value. Okay, so use effect current value. If the current value changes, then update the input value to match the current value. I think that's what I want. Let's see, so set input value. I guess here I just set it to whatever the label is, right? This is so hacky. This is so hacky. Oh, it works. I think it kind of works. Yay, it's saving and remembering. This is horribly horrible. Oh, look at that. It works. And if I do a tiny little value of 1, oh, yay, it works. And if I do an alphabet, oof. Now it thinks it's null. It can't actually be null. Oh no. Why is this so hard? Okay. I think it's weird because Papa Word is weird. I think for most games, it'd be fine. Yeah, it works. Yeah. Oh wait, should it be the default instead of... Do I care? I don't think I care. Is it weird that it becomes disabled? Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. Does it work? Yeah. Yeah, it works. Yeah, it works. Okay, well, it's good enough. Bugs are making me crazy? No, I was already crazy. No, I'm okay. Let's see. Okay, what else do we have to do? To autocomplete options. Get value from options. Alright, so we've got... Let's see. So everything there is good. So now I want to know why it's failing on... Like, it's... Yeah. Okay. Because it's going through here, and then it's like, if option value is equal to value. I think what's failing is that the options value is a string. So... Yeah, 100% that's why. Flip it? Oh, come on. You're never gonna let me live that down. Alright, let's see. So I do that, and then... We clip it and ship it. I know you do. I am aware. I am aware. So one of these is going to be round time. And we're going to get like a big ol' array. So here we have label and the value is... Oh, because it's blank. It's not a 0, it's a blank. Right. That would break it. Oh, wait a minute. So then round time. Once it's on the internet, it's forever. Yeah. It's like diamonds. The internet is like diamonds. Zero is allowed. Haha. Okay, this is okay. This works fine. So then, if it is 0, and we get value from options where the value is... the value was of 0. That's why. Soon Acorn will turn into a meme. I'm okay with that. I think I'm okay with this. Boa tardy? Well, boa tardy to you too. I'm pretty sure that means like good afternoon or good evening. Yeah, welcome. Hey, I fixed it. I think I fixed it. It seems like it's fixed. I'm gonna refresh now and please work, please work, please work. It was so close. It was so close. Okay. Well, why is it busted? I'm not sure. Also, I really okay. So it just set bot count like 6 times in a row to 0. That's a lot of times. Good afternoon, and Brazilian and Portuguese. Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. Sooner or later it happens. It's gonna happen. 100%. Alright, so I just have to look for the number 9. Well, one of these is gonna be a 9 somewhere. There's no 9s. This is impossible. I demand a refund. Why is this broken? Look, Brazil, it could be in Africa. It's really close. It starts with an A. You know, you've got America, Africa, they both start with an A. How different can they possibly be? Okay, so we have an 11 on extra bombs. And it comes through. And if I refresh, it doesn't actually get set. I think this is okay. Because I think it's only the advanced options that don't save. The jokes. It's not. Well, how often are people actually going to refresh the page and then expect the configuration to be exactly the same? They're going to expect it to be the same, aren't they? Yeah, they're gonna expect it to be the same. But it doesn't work now. It's totally busted now. Like if I do this, and this, and this. And then I refresh. It's not busted now. How is it not busted? Okay. Now, why does it have to work? Like, the one time I want it to not work, and it works. And it also re-renders bot count like 50 bazillion times. I think maybe what's happening is net value has changed.
Deep inside we have the same reflection. We have nothing to prove. Eternal victims of a fleeting moment. We are what we choose. Slip into the sound. Hold tight, don't look down.
Wait a minute. Now it works. Current value has changed. Value 45. Render autocomplete 45. Wait, what? And I refresh. Okay, and now it breaks. Then how did it work before? There's something coming through, and it's changing stuff. I'm not sure what it is. I currently search for value. It could be value. Or default value. You see that? It's like a race condition almost. Okay, so current value has changed. Yeah, okay, so whenever the current value changes, that's when you need to use effect. Which I do. Okay, what if I refresh again? Refresh again. And now it works. Oh, come on. There we go. And now it's busted. I think it's just a race condition. It works sometimes and it doesn't work others. I think it's a race condition. I think it's like... it doesn't update when it loads. So if you wait a second, it's fine. There's a way to fix it. I need to just like replace this at some time, but I guess for now maybe it's okay. Because the only time we're going to experience this is if you refresh the page and then you very quickly go to configuration. Like if I click on it really fast. Come on, I gotta do it faster than that, I think. Whatever, it seems to work. Wait, does host versus everyone not stick? Yeah, that's weird. Let's see, one of these should be an update. And here we are. Yeah, host first is always set to false, but for some reason here it says it's true. I don't think I can keep it that way though. I think as far as this goes, it's kind of okay. That's weird though. Okay, I'll have to think about this more. Let's go ahead and end for now, I guess, and I'll come back with this later. Alright, who are we gonna raid? We've got Chow, we've got Primogen, he rated us before. My pick? Tough one. How about... we could do Primogen. Yeah, Primogen rated us like 2 times in the last week, so maybe Primogen. Alright, see you later. I'll be back tomorrow. Bye bye.